but you gotta keep working. You made a start, but you need to push through. Without those rainy days, the flowers would never grow. Oh no, so listen up now, 'cause we ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Just live your life, 'cause that's the only thing you gotta do. Keep it up. Woo! Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep your head on high. Keep it up. You're gonna make it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up now. Keep up, keep up, keep it on up, yeah, yeah. Keep up now. Keep your head up high. Come on. Keep it up now. Keep it up. Come on now. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up now. Come on. Keep it up. We're gonna make it through. We got some work to do. Woo. Keep it up.
Come on, let's go, let's go. Come on. I got one chance. I'ma take it till we make it. I got one chance, one chance, one chance. I got one chance, I'ma take it. I got one chance, one chance, one chance. Gonna work hard till we make it. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. Here we go, work, work, work. It's going down. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. It's going down till we make it. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. Here we go, work, work, work. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. It's going down. Work hard till we make it.
We're brothers in arms, gonna dig your grave. Never stop till we see you break. See the color of the war paint, yeah. We're soldiers marching on, can't stop us all night long. We'll stay here till the sun, and you'll be looking down to the barrel of a gun. Fight fire with fire in the killing fields. Gonna find your Achilles heel. Use myself as a human shield, yeah. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me.
that you don't really wanna be with me. So I don't wanna tell your body so desperately. Yeah, yeah, I know I'm just here to pass the time. Why you grinning about my waistline? Yeah, I know that you don't really wanna be with me. So why not running up and into your arms? Like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know why I'm so addicted to your charm. When I know all that you want is for me
Welcome to day 2 of wheelchair basketball at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. Yesterday, 4th-seeded Marine Corps stormed through the opening day gauntlet with 3 overwhelming victories to sit atop the standings, while 3rd-seeded Army rode impressive victories over the top 2 seeds Air Force and Navy to sit comfortably in 2nd place. Which teams will rise to the occasion and power their way into position to compete for the gold medal? Find out now. It's day 2 of wheelchair basketball at the Warrior Games Challenge. Coming up next.
Welcome back to the Warrior Games Challenge. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We had an exciting morning of archery, and we are getting ready to kick off day 2 of wheelchair basketball prelims. You can see behind me we have the teams warming up, starting with Air Force versus Marines, Army versus Socom, with Navy getting into the mix just a little bit later on, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Lots of action in store for you. But before we get started here, please take a moment to listen to this message from our host, the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. I'm John Magrino, along with my partner Haley Elwood, and it's day 2 of wheelchair basketball. And the intensity picks up a little bit today, Haley, as teams are jockeying for position in the medal rounds. And I think the story of day 1 was more about upsets than anything else.
Absolutely. You look at a team like the Marine Corps, 3-0 yesterday. You kind of saw them find their stride as the day went on. And then the flip side, a team like Navy, who's going to be doing some soul searching today at 0-3. Big day for these teams to find their footing and get in that groove.
We got a great schedule of games coming up here for you on the broadcast. We're going to start you out with the number 1 seeded team, Air Force, also the defending gold medalists from last year's games. They'll be taking on the surprise of the tournament, the Marine Corps, undefeated at 3-0. Opening tip is coming up next. We are joined here at the table with a very special guest. She's going to be the 3rd member of our broadcast crew, head coach of Team US for the Invictus Games, Coach Connie Moore. Welcome to the broadcast. We're happy to have you with us.
I am so excited to be here right now. I can't even contain myself just to get a chance to share the story of these athletes, share about the movement, talk about it, and celebrate on the sidelines with you guys is an absolute honor. Absolute.
We are so excited to have you. I know we are so pumped. We've been sitting here talking to you, and we're like, save it for the broadcast, save it for the broadcast. So like you said, you can't wait to share these athlete stories. We can't wait to hear more from you on them. And John, it's going to be awesome to have her with us today.
Well, Coach Moore knows the history of all of the games, and she's got a lot of knowledge to pass along to all of us, and we're excited to have her here as well. So we're looking forward to the games today as we lead into the medal rounds. Let's take a look at the starters for Team Air Force. They enter with a record of 1-1. They defeated Socom in their first game and fell to Army. Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm leads the charge. He's been their leading scorer. Staff Sergeant Carly James, an outstanding athlete. We'll hear a lot more about her later. Senior Airman Darrell Holly, Technical Sergeant Paul Vermeer, and Staff Sergeant Greg Walker. On the other side of the court, Team Marine Corps, the surprise team of the tournament, the hottest team in the tournament, undefeated at 3-0. We've got Staff Sergeant David Benitez, Sergeant Patrick McDonald, Big Daddy Donald Burns, Master Sergeant. We also have Staff Sergeant Michael Scott and Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis, a formidable lineup for Team Marine Corps. So both Air Force and the Marine Corps, this is going to be a battle beyond what we've seen so far.
It absolutely is. And I think when you look at Air Force, the thing I want to see from them is to establish their identity, but it'll be a good game.
Officials for our first game of the day, Chris Nuance and Ramon Alvarado.
So coming in, upsets have been the key factor, in my opinion. We had Army defeating both number 1 Air Force and number 2 Navy. The Marine Corps defeating number 3 Army and number 2 Navy. Just a tournament filled with surprises.
Absolutely, and so many of them have started with the Marine Corps. This is going to be a really good game. Like I was saying earlier, I'd like to see Air Force get back to establishing their offensive identity, figuring out scoring from their starters. And then when you look at Marine Corps, their offensive production increased as their game load increased yesterday. So can they keep that up? We'll see who can play defense. Can you stop either of these two teams today?
Well, Coach Moore will attest Air Force has plenty of athletes on the court. They're taking this game seriously, Coach.
They are taking it seriously, and they have such a rich history to pull from. Team Air Force not only won basketball last year at Warrior Games, but they swept all 3 team sports. So they feel they have a reputation to protect, they have a history to protect, and they also want to make sure they do those who came before them some justice. So they have a lot to prove today.
And they're brimming with confidence right now. Moses, Nebraska came by the table and said, we are not the team to mess with today. So they had a little bit of a wake-up call against Army. Right, they were not invincible, and they realized they're going to have to bring their A game against Team Marine Corps, who was playing above everybody's expectations coming in. They came in ranked as the number 4 seeded team.
That's what I said. It's these surprises, right? But you don't want to mess with Air Force. You don't want to mess with Marine Corps. What a great game to kick off the slate of action today.
Air Force crowd bringing it already. We haven't even tipped off, and they're loud. Team Marine Corps led by Patrick McDonald, Pierre Sturgis. As we get ready for the opening tip, Paul Vermeer will take the tip off for Air Force, and we've got Staff Sergeant Michael Scott for the Marine Corps. Tremendous matchup here in our opening game at the Vice Admiral Martinez Fitness Center. And we're go. And the tip goes to Pierre Sturgis. David Benitez. Blocked by Walker. Gets a pick from Sturgis over inside the paint, and Sturgis had it knocked away by Vermeer, recovered by Darryl Holly as Air Force is on the break. This is Colton Grimm. Grimm takes the first shot for Air Force. It's off the iron. Rebound, Marine Corps. We've got a quick 10-second violation. We saw yesterday, Haley, teams having a little bit of difficulty. When you get a little bit of pressure in that backcourt, those seconds seem to tick away faster.
They do, and it almost seems like as the game goes on, as the day goes on, you get a little more comfortable with it, but not surprising to see that off the start here.
Connie, you talked to us before the game about Darryl Holly and what he brings to the Air Force squad. Just a tremendous athlete.
Darryl Holly, he is. He's a great athlete, and he's fast. That's what makes Darryl Holly so valuable. Any chair you put him in, Darryl Holly's going to roll out. He showed up in rugby yesterday, in the last team sport games that we had, and he's going to show up today.
Here's Carly James inside. Pass to Greg Walker, and we've got a scramble for the loose ball in the paint, and the jump ball is going to stay with Air Force. Unlike rugby, Connie, where Darryl Holly was the dominant scorer for Team Air Force, he's deferred a little bit to Colton Grimm here. He had a great interview at the end of the game yesterday where he says, listen, if we want to win, I just got to get it to Colton Grimm.
Well, Colton Grimm is a serious athlete. And what I love about Colton is very unassuming. You see Colton, he's polite, he smiles, but in any sport he competes in, Colton shows up. He medaled in track. He showed up well in rugby, and now basketball is definitely one of his jams, and we'll see him again in sitting volleyball.
And a nice bounce pass from Sturgis to Patrick McDonald. Tried to return the favor. One too many passes. The ball apparently was tipped by Air Force, so they'll retain possession. Marine Corps, that is. Here's Benitez inside, underneath. Donald Burns' shot goes off the rim, rebounded by Air Force. And we've got a foul on the... That's an offensive foul called on the Air Force. Paul Vermeer picks up his first. Just over 3 minutes into the opening half, no score. Top-seeded Air Force facing off against fourth-seeded but undefeated Marine Corps. And that shot by Burns goes off the backboard, rebounded by Air Force. Here's Carly James. James looks for a teammate. She tries to hit Colton Grimm, and Grimm's shot goes in and out. Carly Grimm, another one of those talented Air Force athletes, Coach. We saw that in wheelchair rugby, and we've seen her be all over the court here in basketball, back and forth offense and defensively. She just excels.
Carly James had the opportunity to play with an amazing team last year with Air Force, and she had the opportunity to soak up what she learned and bring it to these new players that are new to the Warrior Games. Carly was a part of what they call the Sinister Six, but as you see, her hands are taped up. She's been pushing like crazy, so it's going to be interesting to see how she adapts to that. She already said she's going to have to push a little bit slower, but she definitely can shoot.
And a breakaway by Air Force saw Moses, Nebraska with an opportunity for a layup, but it doesn't go. Here's Patrick McDonald. And it's Donald Burns underneath, and we've got our first basket of the game. Master Sergeant Donald Burns puts the Marine Corps up 2-0. Here's Carly James. Shot off the iron. Rebounded by Michael Scott. Outlet pass to Patrick McDonald, and that ball, little too much English, rolls away, and that'll go back over to Air Force. Take a look at the bucket by Donald Burns. Not a lot of scoring here in the opening half. Both teams kind of feeling each other out, as you would expect. James underneath to Grimm. Back to Vermeer. Rebound, Benitez.
Connie, you work so closely with so many of these athletes. Some of them are competing in 4, 5, 6 sports at this event. What is that like for all of them?
It's unlike anything you ever experienced. So when people ask about the Warrior Games and what athletes do, like what sports do they do, I say all of them. You have athletes like who are competing as ultimate champions who compete in all 8 sports, still come back and compete in team sports. So you have to adjust your training plan a little bit. You have to pick and choose your conditioning. Otherwise, you'll wear yourself out. As you know, I ran track. That's all I did was train for track. I didn't have to train for basketball, track, rugby, swimming, cycling. These athletes have to begin to separate what it means to be in sports. Even coming from rugby straight to basketball, within itself, that's a challenge.
Which is kind of proving this is as much of a physical game as it is a mental week long of sports as well.
Mental toughness is the key, is the foundation of this. As we know, overall Warrior Games is a program about recovery and helping the athletes recover. So even helping tap into that and help teaching them how to adapt mentally to different things is crucial. So going from archery this morning to turn around and trying to play such an intense sport like wheelchair basketball, that takes a lot of mental recovery just to do that by itself.
So the action's becoming far more physical than it was in the first few minutes. As we saw earlier, Pierre Sturgis in the lane tried to pull off a sweep behind the back pass, but wound up tumbling over into the paint. And that was Patrick McDonald of the Marine Corps running into Moses, Nebraska, and Carly James. So Donald Burns with 2 baskets, with a couple of buckets for the Marine Corps. They lead Team Air Force 4-0. Burns with the rebound underneath, and Nebraska knocks it away, so it's going to stay with the Marine Corps. Coach, tell us a little bit about the classification system here for wheelchair basketball.
So for wheelchair basketball, or for all the team sports really, you have a min, mod, and max. And what that does is separate the classifications from those who have very little mobility or very little physical mobility versus those who can actually stand up and get out of the and get out of the race chair. So it varies. So on the court, you can have 3 mins at a time and only in 1 max, but you have to be able to separate out. It has to be a balance. So you can't. So we call them open athletes. So you can't have, if we use Colton Grimm, for example. Colton Grimm is not one that can. We can't have 4 Coltons or 5 Coltons on the court at once. We have to separate them out with someone with an amputee or someone with a lower classification to make it fair.
So 12:22 left here in the first half. So far, Team Marine Corps dominating underneath. And, of course, the only score of the game. Air Force has got to figure out a way to get some offensive production. And so, Coach, you know these athletes well, specifically on Team Air Force. Who do you look to for to get some? Obviously, Colton Grimm has been the leading scorer for Air Force. Who else do you look for to start picking up the pace a little bit?
You know, you look at Carly James. She brings a lot of energy. She brings that annoying leadership through her display of play and athleticism. A lot of people look to Carly. And
That's
what was
fantastic.
really cool is that last year, so many young girls who came and watched their moms or their parents play fell in love with Carly James, which was absolutely amazing. So they look to her for a lot of different things, as well as Greg Walker. When he gets into his groove and he can't be stopped, people turn to Greg Walker, too, for a bit of leadership and his energy. So they kind of feed off each other with Team Air Force. But they all have something different to offer.
So Colton Grimm picks up the personal foul for Air Force, and that puts Michael Scott at the line. Daryl Holly checks back in for Team Air Force. Holly, one of the major contributors for Air Force, winning wheelchair rugby gold. Scott's second attempt. Off the front of the iron, rebounded by Moses, Nebraska. That's an unbelievable defensive play by Donald Burns.
2-for-1 special, for sure. Something like that you don't see too often. It's almost like the same time, but game of wheelchair basketball gets aggressive. Unknowingly aggressive.
Let's take a look at this. You've got Nebraska with the ball coming up on offense. Burns lines his way up perfectly and knocks 2 players on the court and draws the charge. Fantastic.
Annoying leadership, annoyingly aggressive, defensive play. It's fun out here.
$11:51 to go here in the first half. Nice inbounds pass by Benitez. And Marine Corps capitalizes again. $6-0. Here's Carly James. On the baseline, no good. Rebound Burns. Out to Pierre Sturgis. Up ahead to Benitez. Patrick McDonald's in the open, but he's got Moses, Nebraska, cuts him off from the lane. And he gets it back to Benitez inside the free throw line. This is Michael Scott. Back to Benitez. Across the paint to Sturgis. Nice touch, but off the rim. And loose ball recovered by Burns. Back inside. Great basket by Michael Scott. Marine Corps surging out to an 8-0 lead. Harley, Air Force has got to be careful. You cannot let Marine Corps get too far ahead. This is Sturgis with a little shimmy. Gets around Walker. And a great defensive play by Daryl Holly as he knocks it out of bounds.
Not surprising you at all, Connie?
No, because when Daryl gets aggressive and he has something in his mind, he's going to make money happen. That's what he does. Daryl Hollywood is what we call him. He's always willing and ready to put on the show. But I can tell you this, Marine Corps definitely came with a chip on their shoulder. Being ranked number 4, they came in with a point to prove. Air Force, again, came in with a point to prove. But they have some shooters on Team Marine Corps that I don't think any of the services were quite prepared for.
And Air Force has to burn a timeout after that basket by David Benitez. 10-0 lead for Air Force. Correction, 10-0 lead for Marine Corps. And I got to tell you, after what we saw yesterday from their performance, not surprising that they're going to put points on the board. Air Force has got to find a way to balance it out a little bit.
They have to find a way fast, because what Marine Corps has is, what they don't realize is that a player who plays for the Orlando Magic Wheels, he played with one of the former Air Force athletes, so he's experienced, he's a leader. Whether he's team captain or not, he's going to bring a lot of energy, and Air Force has to figure out a way to slow him down. And the thing with Team Air Force, they have to make the baskets. They're open for the shots, but they're just not sinking them in.
Where does that start? Is it just kind of going back to what works for them, as simple as that? Or do you end up sort of changing your strategy mid-game to sort of just get back to, or change, what am I trying to say here? Go with, what you need to, what you're seeing out there and adjust your game plan.
So sometimes you have to slow things down to speed things up. You have to get back to the basics. You have to follow through with your shot. You have to set up the shot. You have to communicate with your teammates. And when Air Force gets frazzled, they kind of forget that part.
Harley James with the shot from the baseline doesn't go. And that's a really good point, Connie, because we have seen yesterday in the two games, Air Force, when they're able to run their offense, they're virtually unstoppable. They just have not been able to get in any set rhythm. And credit Marine Corps with outstanding defense.
And again, you can even see some of the frustration on Air Force's face just from that. It's just to slow things down. And you'll hear Coach Hanna say that a lot. Slow down, settle, set up the shots, and let's play the way we know how to play.
This is Moses Nebraska bringing it across the timeline. Top of the key. Goes right to Daryl Holly. He's behind Carly James, and his shot won't fall. Rebound McDonald. Everything going Marine Corps' way. And there's Holly with the pick. And the pass inside to Carly James is intercepted. Here's Pierre Sturgis. That layup goes off the glass, rebounded by Nebraska out to Colton Grimm. Got Holly on the right side. James pulling into position on the left. This is Nebraska. Baseline. No good. Patrick McDonald to Benitez. Just outside the three-point line. Benitez gets it inside, tries to get it inside, and that ball gets away from Sturgis and rolls out of bounds, but it was off Nebraska's chair. That'll stay with the Marine Corps. .7:45 to go here in the first half. 10-0 Marine Corps. Patrick McDonald underneath. Count it. First basket of the game by Patrick McDonald. This is Daryl Holly for Air Force, looking for their first basket of the game. cross court, out of reach of Colton Grimm. Check that.
Connie, what's impressed you most about what you've seen from the Marine Corps so far this afternoon?
The Marine Corps, they're communicating. And more importantly, the Marine Corps, they're having fun, right? And that's a big core of what it takes to take part in these games and to participate. They're communicating together. They're, whether it's eye contact or whether it's actual communication, they're giving each other grace while they're right there on the court. And they continue to do that back and forth, and it's continuously frazzling Air Force and not knowing what to do. And they're taking Air Force out of their game, period. So right now, the fact that Air Force doesn't have any baskets after 12 points, they have a lot of hustle to do because it's only 2 halves. See how hard it is to make a shot in wheelchair basketball. It's a little different in the chair than it is on your feet.
Check over on court 2. Yeah, Harley, if you take a look at court number 2, we talked about the progression of Team Socom after getting blown out by Air Force 30-2 in their opening game. Now they're taking care of Army, who was 2-1 with a 15-2 lead. Socom has really come of age here early in this tournament. A horrendous start. Now they're looking as strong as Marine Corps.
That was, I think, one of the interesting things that Zach Palega had said to Lizzie after the game, that, look, they're a team that's comprised of different branches, so they don't get a lot of time to work together. So it said it took them a couple games to get that going. Maybe they found something, though, last night to roll into today.
You know they're smart. You know they're athletic. It doesn't take them time to gel together. Pierre Sturgis with his first basket of the game. Marine Corps up 14. 5:06 to go here in the first half. Daryl Holly met up by Benitez. Rebound by Donald Burns. Here's Sturgis in the lane. Rebounded by McDonald, and a nice soft touch, and Patrick McDonald's got 4. McDonald won gold in cycling and also a silver as well. 16-0 Marine Corps. Good spin by Daryl Holly, but Pierre Sturgis matches that on defense. And there's another rebound for Donald Burns. He's owning the glass today.
Air Force has no response. But they have to be able to communicate better to each other and begin to mold and gel. So yes, like Team Socom, they came from all across the country and figured out a way to play. You can't go from losing by 28 points to now winning by 15 in another game without having some communication efforts.
Moses, Nebraska gets Air Force on the board. Nebraska has had a very busy week. Won a pair of silvers in cycling, a silver in the 4x1 in track, and also, of course, a gold medal in rugby. He's been a busy man all week. As Paul Vermeer checks back in. Let's take a look at that again. Good job by Nebraska in between 2 defenders with a nice touch.
Connie, when you talk about Air Force being a relatively new team, how do these teams come together?
So as far as when it comes to Air Force, and I'm sure with the other services do something similar, is that we have Air Force has care events every quarter, and that's how athletes get introduced into the program. So when they come in, the athletes, they try out all 8 sports. Good job, Air Force. They try all 11 sports. They get acclimated with them, coaches identify, and they begin to come together that way. So that's how they do it. I'm sure other services do things a little bit differently, but then they come and show up to Air Force trials or Marine Corps trials. Then we have a training camp right before we come out to the game. So that's when they really begin to learn to play together and to gel together.
So count the basket and the foul for Paul Vermeer. He converts the free throw. So Air Force on a 5-0 run. Trying to get some momentum here as we head in to the 2-minute mark in the first half. Here's David Benitez. And that ball gets away from him. It's going to be recovered by Marine Corps. Dimitri Chekawangse. Rebound Michael Scott off the glass. And Walker hauls it in for Air Force. Harley James, scoreless so far. Colton Grimm's shot doesn't go. Out of bounds to Marine Corps. (16-5), Marine Corps with an 11-point lead. 1:15 to go in the first half. David Benitez. Across the paint to Michael Scott. We've got a 3-second violation call on Marine Corps. So Air Force with an opportunity to stretch their run to 7 here in the final minute of play in the first half. Darryl Holly goes around Greg Walker under the basket, looking for some room, can't get it to go. And the rebound to Pierre Sturgis. Sturgis is locked up by Darryl Holly. And Holly gets called with the foul. 17 seconds to go, running clock. Marine Corps gets it over the timeline, 10 to shoot. Benitez beyond the 3 points. We're not going to see that 3-point shot just yet, Harley. We are excited to see it. Michael Scott with a shot, and it doesn't fall. And that will bring to an end a great first half for Marine Corps as they head into the break with a 16-5 lead. But listen, Team Air Force seemed to find a little bit of rhythm there at the second half. They end the half at a 5-0 run. They got to be encouraged.
And with team sports, it's all about momentum, right? So when momentum shifts in your favor, you almost was like, oh, I wish this half didn't end, because now we got on the streak. So now they have to find a way to recreate that momentum all over again going into the second half.
You mentioned kind of them connecting, talking, having fun. Did you see that at the end of the first half from them?
I did, because it's always fun when you score a basket and then you score another one. So you smile a little bit and you start to feel the communication that's happening with your teammate. And there's nothing better when you can communicate with someone and not say anything at all. And that was the vibe that we were getting, especially if Carly James and Darryl Holly can communicate with each other like they communicated in rugby. I think we'll see a definite shift, especially with Colton Grimm laying up baskets. I think we'll see some amazing things happen from Team Air Force.
So let's take a look at the first half highlights. Coming out of the gate, it was all Team Marine Corps. Donald Burns with a team-high 6 points in the first half. Marine Corps could do no wrong. You see Burns getting it done on the defensive end as well. Big Daddy making his presence felt. Patrick McDonald finished with 4 points as well in the first half. But after the Marine Corps seemed to establish, domination in the game, Air Force woke up. Air Force started to figure things out, started to settle into their offense as well. Ending the half with a 5-0 run. There you see the basket and the foul by Vermeer. 16-5 is our score. What do you look forward to in the second half, Harley?
I'm kind of looking forward to Air Force maybe building off of what they finished this first half with. You know, you mentioned Nebraska coming over to us, telling us don't mess with Air Force today. Maybe those 5 points, that's what they needed to get things going. As Connie said, the best way to communicate is when you don't have to say anything to each other at all, and you saw that there at the end of the first half.
The thing in Air Force, so I think that's also helped with the boost from there. And also Marine Corps, their fans haven't been quiet. They have been loud. Even though Team Air Force currently is losing by 11, their cheering section has not stopped yet. They have not let up. They have not backed down, and they still continue to cheer and back up their Air Force.
Let's check in with Lizzie Smith on the sidelines. She's got some great fans over there by Team Marine Corps.
Speaking of loud fans from the Marine Corps, I've got my buddy Benton here. You've been a loyal fan throughout all of Warrior games. What's it mean for you to be here cheering on Team Marines while they're absolutely dominating?
The Marines, they feed off of the what they get from the reviewing section. So, you know, after day one, after the weightlifting, they said, hey, you know, they needed it to help push them and keep them going. And so far, they've been dominating on basketball court. So I'm doing it because the Marines asked me to do it, and only because the Marines asked me to do it. No more, no less. So that's what we do.
I love it. And we've got another loyal fan here. Benson, who's your buddy?
Oh, that's Devil Dog Rex. That's Devil Dog Rex right there. He's been with us since day one, since he was a little T-Rex cub. And now he came out, he said, I'm trying to get some oorahs out. So that's what he's doing.
Well, the vibe is live out here with Team Marines and our T-Rex that we've seen all the way since he was a little cub. So much more action in store for you guys. We'll be back shortly in just a moment.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center in San Diego, California, John Magrino with Haley Elwood and Team US coach Connie Moore. So first half action, we saw Team Marine Corps come out the gate with a furious rush, jumping out to a 16-0 lead. Air Force comes in with a good close to the first half on a 5-0 run. Donald Burns leading the way for Marine Corps with 6. Patrick McDonald with 4. Air Force ended on a strong note. We know that Air Force is always confident, right? These guys aren't giving up. We saw that at the end of the first half. Second half action, who's your go-to person, Coach?
My go-to is they stay aggressive. They're pushing each other across the court. They're being aggressive on the court, and they haven't back going. He's calling out play. He's taking charge.
So I think the most shocking statistic of all, and if you had told me that this was going to happen, I'd have said you were crazy. The shocking statistic, Colton Grimm, Carly James, Daryl Holly, a grand total of 0 points in the first half. Unfathomable. As Donald Burns opens up the second half scoring for the Marine Corps. 8 points for Burns. You've got to get Holly and James active here offensively for Air Force. You cannot let this game get too far away.
John, to
Holly
piggyback off of what you said, Holly was held scoreless in that loss to Army. Tried to put that one up right there. He is such a difference maker, obviously, when he has the ball, when he has offensive production. There's some right there from Colton Grimm.
Colton Grimm with a shot from the free throw line. His first basket of the game. He's got to get on fire. 16 points in their opening victory over Socom and 10 in the loss to Army. This is Pierre Sturgis. Sturgis took a tumble, but he's able to right himself up on his own. (18-7) lead for Team Marine Corps. Holly to Colton Grimm, and Grimm's heating up.
That's it. That's it. It's on fire. Colton is hard to stop. He's comfortable in that shot. You start to feel it follow through. He can't miss. I would always try to get the ball in Colton Grimm's hands.
Donald Burns with the putback for Marine Corps. Burns with 10. We've got a whistle. And an offensive foul was called on Danielle Pothuth. She's not happy about the call, I understand.
As she wouldn't be. But what I just saw is that the Team Air Force coaches were the one to come off the bench to get her up. They didn't wait for Marine Corps to come and do it. So it's not always about just being competitive. It's also, again, understanding that this is about recovery and about helping all the Warriors get through their personal journey.
And we have seen that so many times in these games. The sportsmanship, the support, tremendous on both sides. There's Colton Grimm to Carly James on the baseline, and James gets on the scoreboard for the first time today.
Like what you see there, Connie?
It's just the flow. It's the flow of the momentum. It's easy to build momentum when you're scoring points. As long as they keep that momentum going and keep that shift going, put the ball in the basket, that's the ultimate goal, that's the ultimate target, and that's what they're doing. Like I said, Carly James, Colton Grimm, if they're two in a game, they're ready to go.
You can see that Air Force has got a little bit of a push here. The adrenaline's pumping. Daryl Holly looking for an open man, hits James, gets the block, and she buries it. 6-4 for James. Air Force cuts the deficit to 7. And a timeout. 16:42 to go. Marine Corps with a 20-13 lead, and let's take a look at Carly James heating up at the right time.
And Carly, once her confidence gets going, and that's the beauty about Carly. Carly doesn't know how good she is. Sometimes occasionally you have to remind Carly, like, Carly, you're a great athlete. You can do this. So she'll look over at me and be like, go, play ball, run fast, do all of these things. And when she does it, she is golden. But just it was always strategic. When one team gets hot, the other team has to call a timeout to shut that momentum down, because it's all about the momentum shift, right? So that was a good call on Marines.
And John, this is what we saw work so well for this Air Force team in that win they had against Socom. Those three players, as we mentioned it, Grimm, Holly, and James, coming together, communicating, making baskets.
Carly James fresh off her gold medal finish in the 400 in yesterday's track event.
Which she hated every second of it. Every second she hated that 400.
And Coach, you're a gold medalist from 2004 in Athens. The 400 is arguably one of the most difficult events.
It's the worst event, Eladia. It's the absolute worst event.
David Benitez with the bucket for Marine Corps. He's got 4. Leads back to 7. And pressure in the backcourt results in a steal by McDonald. Hit it to Sturgis. Back to McDonald. Pressured by Grimm, and he knocks it away. Nice work by Colton Grimm on the recovery. And a collision here right in front of the table. That was Carly Grimm that took the tumble. She ran in to Donald Burns. As we saw the other day, you're not getting Carly James out of the game.
You're not. Carly, and she refused. She's back on the court.
This is Grimm. Lofted the pass to Nebraska. Air Force got to spread it out just a little bit. Here's James with a quick shot. Doesn't go. Rebounded by Michael Scott. 15:30 to go here in the second half. 12-point lead. Correction, 7-point lead for Team Marine Corps. Patrick McDonald inside, and the foul is called. And Darryl Holly picks up his second foul of the game. Burns inbounds to Benitez. And Holly with a big steal. Carly James trying to get to it. And a tremendous play by Pierre Sturgis. But he knocked it out of bounds, so Air Force is going to retain possession. Colton Grimm, Darryl Holly wide open and lays it in.
And there you go. That's the trifecta that we're looking for. We're looking for Darryl Holly to be on fire. We're looking for Carly James to be on fire. We're looking for Colton Grimm to be on fire, because that's what they're going to have to bring to stop Pierre. Pierre is he's a very well-played player. He's an experienced player. So they're going to have to bring all of the firepower if they want to stop Team Marines and slow them down.
Donald Burns will go to the line after the foul by Moses, Nebraska. Burns leads all scorers with 10. First shot is up and in. Master Sergeant Donald Burns. Second shot, no good. 8-point lead for the Marine Corps. Carly James. Great defense by Pierre Sturgis. The ball goes out of bounds to Air Force. Air Force has outscored the Marine Corps 15-7 since opening up with a 16-point deficit. Carly James gets around Benitez, takes the shot, and it doesn't go. Rebound McDonald. Got to get it over the timeline, and he does. This is Pierre Sturgis. You don't want to leave him open. Hands it off to McDonald, in the paint to Michael Scott, and he gets the roll. 4 for Scott. Here's Nebraska in the paint for Colton Grimm. 6 for Grimm here in the second half. And the lead has been cut to 6. Michael Scott muscles it up and in. Count the basket and the foul.
Michael Scott was a force for Marine Corps last year at Warrior Games in Tampa. So it's no shock that he's putting up baskets on repeat as he goes in here for the layup. He's such a big, strong guy. So sometimes all you gotta do is put your arms up and release.
Second foul on Paul Vermeer. Scott's shot rolls off the rim. Pierre Sturgis helps himself back up into the chair.
Connie, I gotta ask, when it comes to the ball, is it any different in wheelchair basketball than it is in, say, standing basketball, NBA basketball? Is the ball any different?
No. Sometimes you may say him use a women's ball because it's a smaller ball. But nope, the ball isn't any different. The baskets are the same height. The only difference, which is the most challenging difference, is the chair.
So Carly James talked about how interesting it was that she wasn't expecting it to be as challenging as it is being in the chair, and how much coordination that takes. Is that something you've seen from these athletes too?
Yes, it takes a lot because now the chair has to become your legs. When it comes to a pick and move, it's easy to do, to move your foot and pivot and adjust. The chair, it takes a lot more movement in it. Colton Grimm, as we called earlier, scoring that basket, but it takes a lot more concentration. It takes a lot more coordination to use that chair and how you turn the wheels and turn them in different directions to move and adjust. So sometimes practices are just chair drills. That's it.
So Colton Grimm of Air Force with 8 points here in the second half, trying to lift his Air Force teammates back into the hunt as they trail Marine Corps by 8. 10:20 to go here in the second half. David Benitez being guarded by Carly James. Over to Donald Burns, who leads all scorers with 11. This is Michael Scott. Rebound, Nebraska outlet to James. Air Force has got to get something going here. Here's Daryl Holly. And a smooth layup for Holly. He's got 4. You know, we talked at the half about who really needs to pick up the pace in the scoring, and we mentioned specifically Grimm and James and Holly, and they've got 16 points here in the second half alone.
They're momentum shifters, and they know their players, they know their ballers. You know, it took a second for them to come off that loss from Army, regain their confidence and say, hey, we can do this. We play together, we practice together. They did a little video film review yesterday in the lobby of their hotel, and that's how serious they were about this.
We've got a whistle in the lane as Moses Nebraska and Michael Scott both tipped over there temporarily. Nebraska helping Scott back up. Let's take a look at this one more time. Good entry pass in, and Nebraska just leaned back a little too far in the domino effect.
That's one of the things. Sometimes the players have to get adjusted to falling in the chair. Once you realize it's not that far down and it's not going to hurt, sometimes they just let themselves fall backwards versus trying to hurt themselves by trying to catch and stop the fall.
You talk about the skill, though, that it takes just to get across the floor, but even the balance when you're playing defense, that's a skill in and of itself.
That is a skill within itself. So that's why sometimes you see the players, they will box another player in and back their players so they can stabilize to actually shoot the basket. And the same thing with defense. They'll come in with their chairs and use their chairs for momentum. That's something you don't see in traditional basketball. You can't go up against another player so your teammate has stability. That's not allowed. But here, it's a different of a game changer.
Scott hits the first of 2. Second shot is no good. 7-point lead for the Marine Corps, 9:30 to go. Daryl Holly gets it across the line to Vermeer, looking for a block by Colton Grimm. It's cut off by Donald Burns. Vermeer doesn't have an open shot, gets it back to Grimm, 10 to shoot. Daryl Holly off the glass, rebound, Marine Corps. 7-point lead and the ball. Donald Burns, 15 to shoot. Burns looking for some room. Trying to feed off the block of McDonald, throws it up and off. Rebounded by Vermeer. Carly James can't find the handle, and that ball rolls out of bounds back to the Marine Corps. And Air Force forced to burn a timeout.
Well, coming from 16-2 to now 28-21 within 7 points is pretty impressive. It seems like Air Force is getting into their groove, but the trick is to make sure they stay in that groove. Because I can tell you what, one thing's for sure, two things for certain, Marine Corps is not going to make it easy. When you come in fourth, you have a chip on your shoulder. But that's one of the things, coming into these games, the teams shift, they change. Sometimes the purpose of the program and what their mission is, that part changes. Sometimes you bring in new athletes to give them the opportunity to compete at games. Other services want to bring in more veteran athletes. So you never know who the service is going to bring. It's not like a traditional team where you know Kevin Durant's going to show up. That's not a guarantee. You don't know who's going to show up here. So you have to hope for the best and make sure you stay focused on your game and not to let anyone else take you out of that.
Let's check in on court number 2 in Socom with a 4-point lead over Team Army. And Haley, we talked about this yesterday and leading over to today. What a growth process by Socom. Started out 0-2 with 2 very, very bad losses. Rebounded to defeat number 2 Navy, and now in position to knock out number 3 Army. Great job.
It'll be interesting to see exactly what that scoring breakdown looks like, but yesterday it was that dynamic duo of Zach Palega and Tony Smith who combined for 20 points in that win over Navy. They did such a great job. Clearly things are clicking for them right now.
Team Socom may make a lot of noise in the medal round. They might not be the team you want to face.
And they could have a chip on their shoulder right now too, being ranked 5th.
Shot by McDonald is rebound by Vermeer. Up to Carly James. James with 4 points. And a collision here right at the top of the key, but Pierre Sturgis is going to be called for the defensive foul as he did not establish position, and Moses Nebraska hit the floor. Boy, Nebraska's just a physical player. We thought about that in wheelchair rugby. He was arguably one of the toughest players on the floor. We're seeing that in basketball as well.
Moses Nebraska is a big guy, and he seems so aggressive on the court, and he is. But he is probably one of the most zen and chill individuals you'll ever meet.
And a true gentleman. We've seen him interact with fans, with kids, other players on each team. Just a tremendous young man.
Just like all the other players here, they're happy to be here. So they want to talk to everyone. They want to hear their stories. They want to hear their journeys. Moses Nebraska is one of them. McDonald, who was an Invictus athlete last year in the Netherlands, he's the same way. They all want to share their stories and talk about their journey and meet new teammates.
Donald Burns inside, getting pressured by Nebraska, but he muscles it up and in. Nebraska thought that maybe Burns' wheel might have been on the line, but the official didn't see it that way. 13 for Donald Burns. 6:30 to go here in the second half. Marine Corps stretches its lead to 9. Here's James, cut off by Sturgis. Colton Grimm. We thought he might have found Darryl Holly, but that ball was knocked away by Burns. Picked up again by Holly. Right back to Grimm. And we've got a whistle. And that foul is going to be called on David Benitez. His first. And that puts Colton Grimm at the line. First shot is true. 9 points for Grimm. Looking to get in double digits for the 3rd time in this tournament. And that shot goes off the front iron, but rebounded by Nebraska. and he can't get it to go off the backboard. 6 minutes remaining in the second half. 8-point lead for Marine Corps. Here's Benitez inside to Sturgis. Can't get the roll, and the whistle blows. Moses Nebraska picks up his third personal foul. That's going to put Sturgis at the line. Boy, Pierre Sturgis, a tremendous competitor. Take a look here inside as he gets the pass. He's getting pressured by both Vermeer and Nebraska. Still has enough to get a good shot off. Sturgis, a gold medal winner in the 80 kilogram in powerlifting. We'll see him again here in the gym when he competes for sitting volleyball.
You'll see a lot of athletes come back and sitting volleyball. Whoa, and that went in. You'll see a lot of these competitors come back in team sports just because they're familiar with playing each other. So you'll see a lot of services decide and say, hey, this is our rugby team, this is our basketball team, this is our volleyball team, because they're already used to communicating together. So you'll see a lot of overlap.
So a critical turnover there for Team Air Force as Marine Corps takes over possession with a 9-point lead. And that running clock just seems to go faster and faster. Here's Michael Scott. Rebound, Vermeer. Daryl Holly gives chase. That ball is out of bounds off of Holly, and the Marine Corps will take back over as we approach the 5-minute mark. Interesting that we don't see nearly as many substitutions in wheelchair basketball as we saw in wheelchair rugby. Now, the obvious thing is they're two different sports, but basketball seems to be a little bit more deliberate with their players as Sturgis gets it up and in.
Well, it's just like the skill level in traditional basketball. You have certain players who have certain strengths, but you also have to be mindful of the points on the floor. As we mentioned, you can only have but so many points on the floor. You have over those points, and then those plays and those points, and it can actually double back. Comes a rugby, further hitting, you need. Basketball, you can't hit as much, you can't charge as much. They forget that coming from rugby to basketball. No doubt, get back into it.
Right, we saw that yesterday. It takes about a game to realize that I'm not playing rugby anymore. I got to soften it up just a little bit. 11-point lead for Marine Corps, and Paul Vermeer gets on the board. Five points for Vermeer. 9-point lead for Marine Corps. Under 3.5 minutes left. And Benitez has it tipped away by Grimm. But Donald Burns chases down the loose ball. This is Pierre Sturgis. 5 to shoot on the clock. Burns can't get it to go. Rebound, Nebraska. 11-point lead. We've got a 10-second violation. Greg Walker checks back at the game for Air Force. Clock running, 2:40 to go. Marine Corps by 9. Pass inside to Donald Burns, and we've got a whistle. Foul is going to be called on Vermeer. That's his third. Benitez off the backboard. And Colton Grimm's got a wide open path, but here comes Sturgis, and nothing easy from Air Force. Great job on the defensive end by Pierre Sturgis. That's hustle. You've got a 9-point lead with under 2 minutes left in the game. You're still not giving them anything easy. Take a look at this one more time.
And you don't want to give anything easy. And again, that's where Pierre has that. He has that experience when to go after the ball. It's like this still can change. If they get on a run, they can still close and get more and more points on the board at the end of the day. Because what they're trying to do is get into bracket play and who plays who. And you want to make sure you kill that momentum. Marine wants the clock to speed up. Air Force wants the clock to slow down.
Up ahead to Michael Scott. Can't get the roll. A rebound, McDonald, and it's good. 6 for Patrick McDonald, and the lead grows to 11. Nebraska to inbound it for Air Force, up by 11 to Grimm. In and out, rebound Sturgis. Upper body strength of Pierre Sturgis is unbelievable. Greg Walker gets himself back into the chair. We've got timeout on the floor. Marine Corps with an 11-point lead. And, you know, when you look at it, Air Force dug themselves a 16-0 hole. You can't give the Marine Corps that type of leverage. And, you know, despite the fact that Air Force put forth a valiant effort coming out in the second half and cutting into the deficit, I think they cut it to as little as 6 at one point. Just too much to overcome, unfortunately.
It was a lot to overcome. They gave it their best efforts, but hopefully going into the next game, they understand and they'll come out the gate with better communication, more hustle, and understanding what they have to do differently to make sure they have some shot to play in the bracket play, to play for at least the bronze medal at this point.
When it comes to the Marine Corps, too, they've been averaging 32 points per game, so this 35 right in a sweet spot for them. They scored 40 against Navy when they beat them yesterday, so they're not quite there yet. But again, they have been putting up so many points. You've had to have an answer for them defensively, and Air Force just hadn't been able to do that today.
And they'll look to add to that total as Pierre Sturgis goes to the line for 2. Off the iron and out of bounds. Air Force will take possession, 1:15 to go. Darryl Holly getting trapped in the corner. A long shot by Grimm, and it doesn't go. Over on court number 2, we have a final Socom with their second victory as they take out Army 26-18. Team Socom, what an incredible rebounding effort. Bouncing back to win their last 2 games to draw even at 2-2. Donald Burns with his 14th point from the charity stripe. If my calculations are correct here in the standings, Socom might be looking at a tie for second place.
And that's huge for Socom. They came from a long way since the start of Warrior Games. and how they handled their program. So to see their growth to where they are now is incredible.
And we even saw that in their second game, despite the fact that Socom lost to the Marine Corps. The game that they played against the Marine Corps was 1,000 times better than what they played against Air Force in their opener. So that progression by Socom is certainly worthy of note. And they're showing it now in the standings.
Clearly things are clicking right now as they've had time to gel together, work together, get on the floor together.
Donald Burns has been unstoppable. Big Daddy.
Is that his nickname? Did you come up with that?
Yes, it is.
It's
Not
on his
only
shirt.
were we told that, but he had it on his shirt also.
That makes it official.
Here's Carly James over to Colton Grimm. Count the basket and the foul. Colton Grimm in double digits for the third consecutive game. See a nice feed from Carly James. Easy basket for Colton Grimm. Let's see if he can capitalize on the foul. Gets his own rebound, puts it up, and we've got another whistle. So Grimm's going to go back to the line. Michael Scott picks up the personal foul. The shot is up and in. Second shot doesn't get the roll. Rebounded Marine Corps. 25 seconds to go. 12-point lead. Here's Sturgis getting harassed by Nebraska. Gets it to Burns. Met by Holly. Across the line to McDonald. McDonald looking for Benitez. He can't find him. Burns comes in behind him, trying to set a pick. And time will expire. So your final score, the Marine Corps stays undefeated with a sound 39-27 victory over Team Air Force. Haley, your thoughts on this Marine Corps team? This is the first time that we saw them live.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, look, we've talked about them being the upset special all week long so far, and they certainly did that again today against the #1 ranked team. They beat a 2, a 3, they beat a 1. And look, I think you can also, though, talk about the valiant effort that Air Force put in. They were down 16-0 at one point. They ended up finishing down 12. But they showed some life. But what's the answer for Burns? They didn't have one today.
So plenty of highlights to show you. Team Marine Corps just dominant inside the paint. Donald Burns, once he established his position in the lane, Connie, there's very few people that can defend him.
Well, I think they call him Big Daddy for a reason, because when he's in it, he's on it. He's a big guy and he plays aggressively, and he's not afraid to show it.
Game high 17 points for Donald Burns, but not only does he do it on his own, he's fantastic at distributing the basketball. Patrick McDonald finished with 6 on the night. Pierre Sturgis is a great story. Pierre Sturgis not only finished with 7 points, but defensively, he hustles up and down the court. Never lets anybody get anything easy.
No, he doesn't. And as I said over and over again, Pierre Sturgis, he's played in the wheelchair basketball league for a couple of years. He ironically actually has teammates from Air Force. He played with Kevin Green for the Orlando Magic Wolves. So he's just not a mentor just for Team Marines. He's a mentor for all the players here on the court, because they're trying to get to where he currently is with his current status. So Pierre, quite the force.
Take a look at our bracket standings. Marine Corps coming in as the 4th seed. Who would have thought that they'd be sitting on top at 4-0? Army with a 2-2 record. They're sitting in 2nd place. Air Force thought they came in with a lot of confidence here against Marine Corps. Dug themselves too deep a hole early on. They're sitting in 3rd place right now. Socom is actually 2-2 on the day. They won their first, I should say they lost their first 2 games and then won their last 2, so that bracket needs to be updated. They're tied with Army for 2nd place, and Navy sitting in fifth place at 0-3. So a good job here by Team Air Force with a thorough 12-point victory over, good job by the Marine Corps with a thorough victory over Air Force. Let's go down to the court, and Lizzie Smith is talking to Pierre Sturgis. What a game for Sturgis.
What's up, Warrior Games? I am here with Pierre Sturgis from Team Marines. That was quite the display out there. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, appreciate that. I'm feeling amazing. You know, Marines and Air Force always had some type of, competitiveness in the past. So for me to come here, compete with my team and be able to take this W, home with us, it means a lot. Not just to me, but also for the entire team, the Marine Corps in general.
Absolutely. And you're part of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association for the Central Florida Warriors. How does that experience help you and the team out here on the court?
It gave me a basic understanding of the fundamentals when it comes to wheelchair basketball. With me being new to the wheelchair games, it allowed me to build a foundation and bring it here and also instruct my teammates on how to play the game as well.
Well, you can definitely tell that experience is paying off. How do you feel moving on in prelims and on to finals tomorrow?
I feel excited. We're going for the gold, baby.
Well, we are wishing you luck. Thank you so much for your time. And don't go anywhere. We've got more action coming up after this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
My pain is like water.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego. John Magrano along with Haley Elwood. Opening game, Haley. Air Force came in with a lot of confidence, but Marine Corps a little bit too much. They dug themselves a deep hole, but Air Force with a great effort in the second half, but now they got to come back in game 2 and regroup, and this is really a must-win game for them against Navy.
Yeah, you can absolutely say that, but with Navy being 0-3, this is their game to kind of, like I said up top, do a little soul searching, try to find something, but maybe they're sort of the anecdote that Air Force needs to get back into it, gain that confidence back. We saw them, as you mentioned it, rally back from being down 16-0 in that first game, but the effort they gave, it just wasn't quite enough when they finished it out. Get back to that offensive philosophy, the big three of Grimm, James, and Hawley. Maybe they can do that in this one to get the win over Navy.
Yeah, you're right. We've got to see a little bit more offensive production. Their top 3 scorers scoreless in the first half, and they turned it on in the second half and got them back into the game for a little bit, cut it as close to 5, but Marine Corps just too much at the end. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. Air Force and Navy coming in as the number 1 and number 2 seeds, and right now Air Force sitting in 4th place in our standings, Navy sitting in 5th place. The loser of this game has to face the Marine Corps.
I don't think either of them want to do that right now. Marine Corps is certainly on fire, and what they've shown over these last 2 days has been nothing but impressive. Navy averaging a low 16.3 points per game. They need to up that if they want to have a chance in this one. We know Air Force can score. They just need to score enough to keep up with the other team like Marine Corps that has been absolutely crushing it offensively. But we'll see what's in store on deck with this one.
So your starting lineups for game 2 of our broadcast. As you look at the screen, Air Force going with Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm, Staff Sergeant Carly James, Senior Airman Daryl Holly, Technical Sergeant Paul Vermeer, and Staff Sergeant Greg Walker. That's your starters on the floor for Team Air Force. Team Navy going with Fire Controlman Second Class Kayla Saska, Hospital Corpsman First Class Kaylin Bettel, Yeoman Second Class Aaron Gomez, Naval Air Crewman Levi Moore, and Master at Arms First Class Christopher Lawrence will round out the starting 5 for Team Navy. We're going to send you over to Lizzie Smith. Earlier today, she had an opportunity to talk to Air Force's head coach. Let's send it down to Lizzie.
What's up, Warrior Games? I am here with Hannah Walker, the head coach of Team Air Force. You've been absolutely dominating out here. Tell us a little bit about the training process for these athletes.
It's a really fantastic program with the Air Force. They have care events where the athletes get to come try the sports for the first time. And then we have training camps, so we get to train all together in all the sports. And then we end up coming here and we get a couple practices before we get to play, and then we just jump right in.
And you connect a lot of these athletes with different organizations that are local to where they live. Is that correct?
Yes, all of our athletes are from all around the country, so it's hard to practice together. So I try to get them in touch with their National Wheelchair Basketball Association team so that they can have a place to go and a place to practice. We can give them a chair to take home, and we try to establish that community recreation contact so that they can continue playing after their games are over, or if they just like to play on their own at home with their traditional team or whatever, anything like that.
Well, clearly your method is working. Team Air Force is doing so well out here. And don't go anywhere. We have more action coming up for you in just a moment.
Air Force taking on Navy here in game number 2 of day 2 in wheelchair basketball action. You know, Haley, when you look at Team Air Force, we talked earlier about their top 3 scorers. Colton Grimm, double digits in his first 3 games. Carly James, she does everything offensively and defensively. Daryl Holly can be an offensive threat, but as you and I have seen before, he's more of a distributor of the basketball so far.
Yeah, a share the wealth kind of guy, if you will. Although I would like to see him get involved a little bit more offensively, just to give them that added piece. We've seen, though, when they have the time, they can take the time to set their plays up, distribute the ball, they do well. And it kind of goes back to what Coach Connie, when she was with us in the last game, was talking about. Don't get them flustered. If they get flustered, it gets them thrown off their game. They need to kind of regain that grace, that patience, that control, and just execute. Just do what they do best, as we saw in that very first game they played against Socom yesterday.
Right, and as we know, Air Force runs, again, that deliberate offense. They have players on either side of the paint. They set a pick in the middle, get the open shot, try to get the rebounds. Let's see how they can do against Navy. Let's talk about Navy a little bit. Their top scorers, Kyle Kitzman, Aaron Gomez, each of them with 6 points each against Socom. Gomez is more of the muscle. He's going to rebound. He's going to distribute a little bit, but he can get the shots, especially off the rebounds. Kyle Kitzman, we saw him the other day. The outside shots are pretty impressive.
I think the one thing, too, about that Navy game against Socom, it was tied 16-16 at the half. There was a chance for them to sort of take that game and run with it, but Socom ended up just being too much for them to handle, as it turned out. But those two guys that you mentioned, they are the two players that need to contribute for that team to have a chance this afternoon.
Let's take a look at some action that occurred earlier today in the archery competition here at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge. Back courtside here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center, John Magrino and Haley Elwood. Game 2 of 4 games slated on the schedule here on court number 1. Top-seeded Air Force, second-seeded Navy. A lot to play for. Navy looking to pick up their first victory of the competition. Air Force looking to even their record at 2-2. As it stands right now, Team Marine Corps has secured the number 1 seed, of course, undefeated at 4-0. Team Socom is the story. Obviously Marine Corps at 4-0, but Socom, if you would have told me that Socom, after a 30-2 thrashing at the hands of Air Force in the opening game, would battle back for a 2-2 record and find themselves locked into second place, I'd have thought that would be just illogical. But here we are.
Here we are. They lost 30-2, then 30-17, and then they beat Navy 30-20. So that 30 has been a magic number for them.
And they turned around and took care of Army to even their record at 2-2. We're underway here. Navy taking on Air Force. Daryl Holly in possession. He's met by Kayla Saska with a big smile on her face. Carly James from the baseline, can't get it. And that rebound goes to Kaylin Bettel. Up ahead to Gomez, off his chair, and it's picked up by Paul Vermeer. Here's Daryl Holly. Inside to Greg Walker, and he gets it. Nice pass by Daryl Holly to Greg Walker as Air Force gets on the board. This is Kayla Saska. And we've got a traveling violation in the backcourt called against Navy.
We haven't seen many of those.
The rule is on the travel is you have to bounce the ball after every 2 pushes. You can glide as long as you want, but if you hit that chair 3 times before you dribble, that's a traveling. As Colton Grimm puts Air Force up quickly, 4-0. Inside the first minute and a half of the ball game. Here's Vettel, pressured by Vermeer. Gets it over to Gomez. Gomez up ahead. And there's Saska in the lane. No good. Rebounded by Gomez. And we've got a whistle. Foul is called on Greg Walker. And that puts Levi Moore at the line for Navy. Moore's first shot is no good. Navy looking for their first victory in the tournament. Trying to avoid a first-round matchup in the medal round with Marine Corps. (4-0) Air Force in the early going. Daryl Holly at the top of the key, guarded by Saska. Drifts in to James, baseline, cross court to Grimm. Off the iron, and that's off the hands of Christopher Lawrence. It goes out of bounds. It'll stay with Air Force.
Air Force doing what we said so far, passing the ball, setting up their shots.
Staying true to their offense, staying true to their game. Grimm's shot rolls off the iron, and that's rebounded by Levi Moore. Moore with a strong push up court. Lost his balance a little bit, and that allowed Carly James to recover defensively. There's Aaron Gomez with a shot from the outside, rebounded by Carly James. Colton Grimm dishes to Holly. He allows Air Force to set their offense. He's got James at the free throw line, and count it! Carly James. Air Force out to a quick 6-0 lead.
At this point, you'd have no idea they just played a game 10 minutes ago.
Air Force always comes out confidently. Levi Moore defending against Saska. And a head of steam by Aaron Gomez, but that's going to be a turnover. And then I think they're going to give it right back to Navy as that ball rolls away from the reach of Greg Walker. So 5 new substitutions on the floor for Navy, and interestingly enough, Luis Cervantes was not a starter in this game. He comes in as a substitute for Navy. Cervantes was, I'm not sure he even left the floor in Navy's last game that we had televised yesterday. And here is Cervantes, and he loses the handle, and that's recovered by Walker to Carly James, inside to Moses Nebraska, and we've got a whistle. The shot is waved off, and we've got an offensive foul on Greg Walker. So Walker picks up 2 quick personals. And a steal by Carly James. A nice bounce pass to Paul Vermeer, and he lays it up and in. Balanced scoring right out the gate here for Air Force. 4 different players in the scorebook.
Couldn't have asked for a better start the way it's been going for them so far.
Backcourt pressure applied by Air Force. Difficulty getting the inbound, and it's stolen by James. Rebounded by Walker. He puts it in, gets his own rebound, and he banks it home. 4 for Greg Walker. And Air Force's lead grows to 10. And another turnover by Navy. If you recall, in between games, Moses, Nebraska rolled by us and told us now, tournament starts right now. And he's right.
100% right. This is the Air Force team we're used to seeing. This is the Air Force team that's played with that confidence, and we talked about it. Being able to have patience, set up their shots, make those shots, and play really good defense right now, too.
Timeout called by Navy, trying to stem the bleeding on a 10-0 run by Air Force. Take a look at the defensive pressure here applied by Air Force. They're just relentless. Carly James, Greg Walker, and defense turns to offense. That's how you get it done. And they've been doing that with a certain degree of consistency. They've had really one hiccup, and that was against in the first half against Marine Corps. Marine Corps was able to stifle them, not allow them to establish any rhythm, get their play set. But we're seeing the true Air Force team right here.
Exactly, you nailed it.
Nebraska inbounds to Carly James. Set up the block by Walker. This is Colton Grimm. Shot can't go, and rebound Vermeer. It looked like he tried to knock it off the chair of Navy to go out of bounds and keep possession, but Navy is able to pick up the loose ball. Kayla Saska hounded by Walker. And that pass goes out of bounds off of Levi Moore. 14-10 to go here in the first half. It's been all Air Force. Here's James behind Walker. Good shot, in and out, rebound. Colton Grimm can't get it. And that's going to be off Grimm. Possession to Navy. Boy, you got to see Navy get something going here. Haley,
yeah.
you got to, and that's a tough fall there by Levi Moore as he tried to squeeze between Grimm and James, and they weren't giving him any leeway. Air Force was looking for a foul call potentially, but official says, nah. Here's Levi Moore. Paul Vermeer called for a foul defensively, and that might have been a makeup call from the last play.
A little ticky-tack, if you will.
Here's Levi Moore. To Saska. Looking for the open shot. Tried to get it inside to Bettel, and couldn't find her. 3-second violation. So it looks like the strategy for Team Navy is they're going to substitute 5 on the floor each time.
Yeah. Definite interesting strategy when we saw them do that earlier.
Oh, 3 in your first 3 games. Got to try something. So hopefully you get some consistency with the 5 on the floor at each time. Let them come up for a rest and then send them back out when they're ready. Here's Colton Grimm, and he hits it. 4 points for Colton Grimm. Balanced scoring so far for Air Force. 4 different players in the book. Grimm and Walker each with 4.
Grimm clearly picking up where he left off in that last game. Expect another double-digit performance from him in this one.
And that was Luis Cervantes, who had a good push into the lane, but he was hit hard by Greg Walker. And that's Walker's third foul. Cervantes back up into the chair. Let's take another look at that. He had a good push in the lane, but just Walker and Cervantes closed the hole. And a tough spill for Cervantes, but he's good. He's at the line. See if he can capitalize. First shot goes off the rim. Second shot off the back of the iron. And that rebound is going to come back to Jamie Lopez. She hands it off to Luis Cervantes. Guarded by Carly James. 20 to shoot. Tries to get a block by Lopez. Kyle Kitzman with the open shot. Rebounded by Greg Walker. Outlet pass to Grimm. Cervantes recovers on defense, but a cross-court pass and a nice backhanded pass from Nebraska to Paul Vermeer. Sensational teamwork.
They made that look way too easy.
Right here. Hey, help.
Take another look at that outstanding play offensively by Air Force. No-look pass from Nebraska to Vermeer. Easy bucket. 14-0 lead for Air Force right out the gate. And Carly James count that basket. Yes, they did. 4 for Carly James. We had a whistle. The basket is true. 16-0 lead for Air Force. Navy in a whole mess of trouble here as that ball gets knocked away, rolls out of bounds, and that's going to go over to Air Force. Haley, what do you do if you're Navy? You're down huge. Can't get anything going offensively.
Yeah, being down 16-0 at this point, they just can't stop.
Moses Nebraska. Nebraska with a beautiful shot from the free throw line. 18-0 run here to start the game for Air Force. And there's another turnover. Great defense by Greg Walker in the backcourt, but that loose ball is picked up by Jesse Tamaris. And another turnover for Navy.
Those are the mistakes
Walker
that could not be making right now.
Carly James, open shot. Rebound Cervantes. And we've got a foul called on Paul Vermeer. That's going to be his second. Came charging into Cervantes. You like the aggression, especially when you're up 18-0. Still going to bring it.
Tell you what, those Air Force fans too, they're going to bring it. They have not let up this entire afternoon.
Here's Paul Vermeer, his third score of the game. Got a timeout called by Air Force. Second timeout for the Blue. You know, the only thing that we can really focus on here is the scoring effort by Air Force, right? 5 different players in the book. Paul Vermeer leading all scorers with 6. 3 other players with 4 each, with Grimm, James, and Walker. And have we even seen Darryl Holly? I mean, they may not even need him at this point. 20-0 right out the gate over Navy.
Yeah, I said I'd like to see Holly get involved, but it doesn't really matter when you have guys like Paul Vermeer who are making up for it. The offensive production was something that's obviously been lacking for them. So to see them come out to a 20-0 lead at this point in the first half, awesome to see, and they have to be feeling super confident about it as well.
And so right now, Air Force back on the court with a 20-point advantage with 8:10 to go in the first half. And only one of their starters is on the bench, and that's Holly. Moses Nebraska, who, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is your 6th starter. He's that good. In all fairness, they knot up their record at 2-2, and here's a steal by Nebraska. They get a victory in this game to even 2-2. They're going to have to pour points on the board because the scoring, I believe, isn't. A clean 5 substitutions for Navy. Inbounds to Carly James. Paul Vermeer. Set shot doesn't go. Greg Walker tries to scoop up the rebound, and he gets it to Carly James. Boy, just a thrashing here in the first half. Moses Nebraska. Rebound Cervantes for Navy.
See what Navy can do here. They need to get on the board.
Carly James with the pressure. She blocked out by Lawrence. Cervantes gets it over to Kitzman. The shot clock dwindles down to 1, and it's stolen by Nebraska. Outlet pass. Colton Grimm. He's got Cervantes chasing him, but Grimm is there, and he lays it up and in. 6 for Colton Grimm. Cervantes. Navy trailing 26-0. Inside 4 minutes to play. Lawrence throws it over the head of Kyle Kitzman. Out of bounds to Air Force. And we've got a substitution for Air Force, and welcome back Daryl Holly. He replaces Paul Vermeer, who is busy leading his team with 6 points.
casual afternoon for him so far.
All in a day's work. Yep. So as we talked about earlier, Haley, if Air Force wins, it will go to a point, to points scored, offensive points scored. So, I'm sorry, for defensively. So if they hold Air Force off the scoreboard, that's huge. Right now, Air Force has allowed 61 points per game with one less game. So they've got to keep, if they can keep, it looks like if they can keep Navy from scoring 13 points, then they will secure second place. Just got the confirmation that my math skills are accurate. I probably couldn't explain it very well, but just know that the magic number is 13 for Air Force.
I was going to say I was very impressed with that because math is absolutely not my strong suit in the slightest.
Clearly not mine either. Here's Colton Grimm. Over to Moses, Nebraska. Quick shot doesn't go. Rebounded Levi Moore. And there's the foul in the lane committed by Aaron Gomez. And that puts Nebraska at the line. Two minutes to go here in the first half. Josie Arevalo makes her first appearance on the court for Air Force. Senior airman. Well, she's been extremely busy this week. 2 gold medals in cycling, 3 bronze medals in track in the 100, 200, and 400, and of course winning gold with her rugby teammates. There's Kayla Saska. Shot in the lane doesn't go, but we've got a foul on Air Force. Greg Walker with his 4th foul. So Saska will head to the line for 2. Kayla Saska, a fire controlman 2nd class in the Navy. 2 gold medals in field, discus and shot, and picked up a silver medal with her rugby teammates. First shot goes off the back of the iron.
I'm telling you, the amount of sports that these athletes play this entire week just absolutely stuns me when they come out and give these amazing efforts.
And not only just competing in this event this afternoon, but competing in morning events.
Right.
Well, so there's no rest for them. Saska's 2nd shot can't get it to go, and rebounded by Grimm. 1:35 to go here in the first half, and it's all Air Force.
Everything's going their way.
Walker. Giselle Rama. Ball was tipped to Levi Moore. They get it over the timeline to Aaron Gomez. Here's Gomez. Nebraska backs into him. Levi Moore sets a pick. Tries to get behind Jamie Lopez. Shot goes up and off. Rebounded by Colton Grimm. Under a minute to go. Outlet pass to Daryl Holly, and Holly could not handle it. Got that in-between bounce. Kicked off the chair and out of bounds. Air Force substituting Technical Sergeant James Phelps. He had a busy morning competing in archery. He'll also testing his shooting skills as well later on. Here's Levi Moore for Navy. The Kayla Saska inside the free throw line, no good. Rebound Nebraska. Gets it to Phelps. Puts the brakes on. Gets it over to Colton Grimm. Back up to Arevalo. Ball's recovered by Gomez as time expires here in the first half. And Haley just a thorough performance by Air Force. What can you say? Offensively, they got it working. 5 different players in the scorebook. Defensively, I mean, when you're pitching the shutout in basketball, you're doing some good things, right? Greg Walker with a great first half, leading all scorers with 6. Colton Grimm looking to earn his 4th consecutive double-digit scoring effort. Paul Vermeer getting it done as well. Beautiful pass by Nebraska. Nebraska not only contributing on offense, but defensively he's a solid player. You know, it makes you question, where was this offensive explosion in the first half against Marine Corps?
Marine Corps, even when they played Army yesterday, it was just sort of surprising when you saw what they did against Socom in that first game, just absolutely crushing them. And so to see them go up 27-0, again, as we mentioned it, this is the Air Force team we are used to seeing. And this is the Air Force team that is playing with patience, playing with communication. Everything they're doing, they're making it look easy out there. And if you're Navy, that is absolutely not what you want to see.
Let's head down to the sideline with Lizzie Smith.
Hello, Warrior Games. I am here with some wonderful gentlemen from Team Navy. How does it feel being here representing the Navy?
It's terrific. We're to get a chance to cheer these amazing athletes on and support their families. It's a wonderful experience.
Incredible. Now, Navy is down a little bit. How are we feeling about this second half? We going to come back?
Oh, absolutely. Executing our strategy perfectly. We're lulling them into a false sense of security. We're going to take it to them in the second half.
Keep them guessing. Is that the strategy?
Absolutely right. You know, these they put their heart and soul into this personally and to represent our Navy, and it's just incredible what they do, and we'd be foolish not to come out here in full force and support them in this effort, so it's great.
We're wishing you guys luck. Go Team Navy. Thanks for being here, and we will be right back with the second half.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back at Naval Air Station, North Island in San Diego, John Magrino along with Haley Elwood. Second half action about to get underway here on court number 1. Top-seeded Air Force, Haley playing like the top-seeded team you would expect.
Absolutely. This is exactly what we expected from them. It's exactly what we saw from them in that first game against Socom that they played in yesterday, beating Socom 30-2. You mentioned it, though, just a little while ago. 5 different players getting involved, spreading the ball around, doing what they can to just be a very complete offense. And I mean, defensively, I don't know what else you can say when you hold an opponent to 0 points. They are doing it all right now. Their fan contingency is hanging out. They have been with us all afternoon so far. They are stoked about this performance. Again, as you mentioned it, it's what you wanted to see from them. And they had a couple games where you didn't quite get it from them. You didn't quite see it. But here they are. They're back to their identity. And it's what I've been wanting to see from them since yesterday.
And a really good recovery by Air Force, like as you said, after coming out the gate against Socom with a dominating victory. A tough loss to Army, and then, to Marine Corps, who everybody, in all fairness, has been losing to, and now to come back out with authority against Navy. What does Navy have to do here in the second half to try to just figure something out? The lead might be insurmountable. Let's call a duck. But at the end of the day, Navy's got something to play for.
I think at this point, it's just trying to get comfortable with who is out there on the floor and trying to stop Air Force, and not only stop them from making shots, but limit turnovers, do things limit those self-inflicted wounds if you can, because that's the issue going on right now. Sometimes when Air Force wouldn't get the rebound or miss a shot, Navy would get the ball and then they turn it over. And you can't have that when you want to have a chance in this one. Like you said, the lead may be insurmountable, but at least to try to just get yourselves on the board and get something, you just need to play with a little more confidence and get comfortable.
So Colton Grimm and Paul Vermeer leading the way for Air Force with 6 points apiece. Moses Nebraska with 5. And it looks like Carly James and Greg Walker each with 4 as the teams take the floor here to begin the second half. And as we talked about earlier, Air Force right now, they don't have to worry about scoring too many points. They got to worry about stopping Navy from scoring, because that will be the difference in the tiebreaker. And what a recovery that would be for Air Force to get their way back into that second place game. Here we go, Luis Cervantes. Aaron Gomez can't get it to fall. Rebound Vermeer. Colton Grimm. Grimm always serious. Assesses the floor. He was all smiles, though, after the game yesterday. Him and Daryl Holly in their interview as Vermeer buries it from the baseline. 8 for Vermeer, 29-0 Air Force. Yeah, after yesterday's game, when they were talking to Lizzie Smith, Grimm with just an outstanding offensive performance, and Daryl Holly saying, "Oh, we defer to Colton. Get him the ball, and let him do his thing. It makes my job easier." Nice deflection by Nebraska, and the steal.
Good defense right there.
Air Force very deliberate. 15 seconds on the clock. It would not surprise me to see them just milk that clock all the way down to 5 before they take a shot. No reason to give Navy any opportunities for steals. As Grimm, his shot goes in and out, rebounded by Cervantes.
Got to feel good for them to play with that type of lead right now and play with that type of confidence, especially after falling in their last couple games.
It just takes the pressure off you. There's Gomez, defended by Nebraska in front of him. Vermeer behind him, and he can't get it to go. Levi Moore with the rebound in front, and there's a foul called in the lane.
Air Force 6 by the arm.
Foul is going to be called on Colton Grimm. That puts Levi Moore at the line, looking to break the shutout. In and out. Boy, they can't catch a break. We'll give it a second try. No good. Rebounded by Vermeer. Grimm waiting for the offense to set up. Air Force has no sense of urgency, and they don't need it. Here's Vermeer. Off the glass. Rebound in the lane. Hauled in by Gomez. Outlet to Cervantes. Here's Eric Gomez. Off the iron, rebounded Air Force. Colton Grimm, unofficially with 6 points. If he gets to 10, we'll have all 4 games in double digits for Air Force. Here's Nebraska. Baseline. Pulled in by Levi Moore. Cervantes in the lane to Chris Lawrence. The defense collapses around him, and he draws the foul. That foul's going to be called on senior airman Josie Arevalo. Chris Lawrence at the line for Navy. First shot. There's a lid on that basket. There's got to be a lid on the basket.
It is so tough for them right now.
Wholesale substitutions by both squads. Get our first look at Air Force's Jess Durhammer. And Moore's shot bounces around the rim and does not fall. He shakes his head as he's moving back up the court to play defense. Carly James in possession. Establishing that old Georgetown four corners offense. Here's James over to Grimm. 2 to shoot. And that rebound's pulled in by Giselle Rama. Out to Lawrence. It's a good push. Looking for some help. Can't find it. Gets it to Rama. Kyle Kitzman's shot falls short. 15:30 left to go in the second half. Air Force with a 29-0 lead.
It's probably one of those instances Navy's happy about the running clock.
Shot by Carly James is off the mark. Air Force keeps possession and a fresh 30. In case you were wondering, the largest margin of victory in wheelchair basketball. You want to guess, Haley?
I have no idea.
56 points.
Oh.
The U.S. women's team with a 56-point victory in Rio.
That is impressive. All right, Air Force, pick it up here.
Rio 2016. I don't think Air Force is going to get to that margin. Just basically milking the clock here. I get it. I understand it.
Yep.
5 to shoot. Durhammer has it stripped away in the lane by Rama, and that's a shot clock violation. James a little bit disappointed because she had 2 points taken away from her.
Counted. Even being up 29, I think. Doesn't matter.
This is Kitzman. Back to Tamaris. Inside to Kitzman. Can't get it to go. Back out to Giselle Rama, and her shot falls out of bounds.
The defense from Carly James on that last possession was very, very impressive. As I said, you'd never know this team is up 29 points the way that they're still playing.
We get our first look at O.J. Shisanya, Staff Sergeant in the Air Force. Over to Colton Grimm. Grimm looking to get himself sealed off by Jess Durhammer. James back out to Shisanya. James can't get it to go. And that rebound comes to Navy. Chris Lawrence. Gets bottled up in the lane by Carly James. Jesse Tamaris to Lawrence. And there it is, the first bucket of the game for Chris Lawrence. And a slew of applause from the crowd as Navy gets on the scoreboard, breaking a 29-0 run to start the game.
Those fans have been very patient waiting for that bucket.
They have. They've been waiting. They've been enjoying themselves, but gives you something to cheer about. Here's Carly James, and a nice bucket by James. 6. 31-2 Air Force. And again, the magic number is 13 for Air Force. As Lawrence's shot goes out of bounds. And I'm quite certain that Air Force's coaching staff knows that they have to play defense in order to secure the tiebreaker.
Hey, don't overexert yourself, okay? Stay here, turn your chair in. They're just making you work harder by passing. Stay tough. Stay tough.
We're under the 11-minute mark. 29-point lead for Air Force and the ball. James resetting the offense as they get a fresh 30. Back to Colton Grimm. I've always been in two minds about this, Haley, I'm sorry. I've always been in two minds about this. When you've got a huge deficit and a team tries to hold the ball so they can run the clock off, I feel like sometimes they think that they're doing you a favor. But I was like, can I get the ball so I can try to score again, please? I don't care how many you score. I just want an opportunity.
It feels like there are two different games going within this game, because when Air Force has possession in their side of the court, everything is slow and methodical and they're milking the clock. When it comes to Navy, they're trying to
like
hustle.
slow motion. You're right. Exactly, yeah. So an interesting little factoid that's been provided to us. The first wheelchair basketball game, Haley, occurred in 1946. An injured serviceman returned from World War II.
That is interesting.
It didn't become international until 1973.
You know, it's interesting. You saw the Navy coach talk to Giselle Rama about using her chair, and it reminded me of what Coach Connie had told us in that last game, how sometimes when they practice, they will specifically just do wheelchair drills just to get used to the movement, the stoppage, the balance, because it is such an interesting apparatus, if you will, an element to this basketball game.
Right, because not only do you have to pay attention to the basketball aspect, but you got to get used to the momentum aspect. So it's almost like learning two sports at the same time. Here's Carly James. And James with a bucket. I've got unofficially Carly James with 8. 33-2 Air Force. So currently 31 countries field national teams. Wheelchair sports. Oh, this Kaylin Bettel looked like she had an open shot, but Chisanya was in there defensively, and he knocks out the rebound to Carly James. This is Colton Grimm.
Y'all subbing? Y'all subbing?
8.5 minutes to go. And this is going to be the offensive set for Air Force. Shasanya with a shot. Carly Grimm rebounds it. She says, everybody out. Let's spread the floor.
The conductor out there.
As we creep inside the 8-minute mark. James inside to Colton Grimm. Shot is off the backboard and recovered by Cervantes. Inside pass from Cervantes to Levi Moore. And he's got Kaylin Bettle for the bucket. First basket of the game for Kaylin Bettle. Bettle competing in 5 other sports here at the Warrior Games. She participated in rowing. She'll also compete in shooting, swimming. She was a silver medalist for rugby. And we'll also see her for sitting volleyball.
Light load for her this Warrior Games.
If you look at up and down Navy's roster, nearly everybody is competing in at least 4 other sports. So 5, a minimum of 5 total, right? Some as many as 7. Jessie Tamaris, 7 sports, including wheelchair basketball.
It is honestly so impressive to me. I've said it every game we've called. I just cannot believe the athleticism from these athletes, the stamina, and also the mental fortitude to be able to come out and switch gears so quickly, like you said, for the ones who even play morning sports if they have an afternoon game or vice versa.
This is Jess Durhammer. And I know Jess would love for us to explain what her nickname was, but we're not going to do that on the broadcast. But you should know that it's very complimentary towards her. There's a foul in the front court.
It's a family show. That's why we won't divulge her name, but she is very proud of it.
No doubt. You have to say it. I can't say it. I'm sorry. But I like it. Luis Cervantes. Over to Gomez. Shot by Gomez is rebounded by Daryl Holly. Haven't called Daryl Holly's name much. Haven't necessarily needed to. All fairness.
Yeah.
Here's Holly. To Greg Walker. To Grimm. 9 to shoot. Paul Vermeer. It's a little push in. Vermeer's shot bounces in and out and rebounded by Grimm, and we get a fresh 30 for Air Force. 4:45 to go. 29-point lead. Here's Vermeer again. Off the iron, rebounded Grimm, and we start all over again. It's like watching 1985 Villanova basketball. They would get that lead and just spread the floor, the 4-corner offense. Georgetown did that a lot as well. And it was aggravating to watch if you were the losing team, especially when they hit a bucket as time is winding down, as Paul Vermeer did.
I think that's been my favorite part to watch, is when Air Force has even missed shots during this game. They are just as defeated about it as if they were in a deficit right now and not being up as much as they are.
10 points for Paul Vermeer. And that's Levi Moore underneath, and he lays it in for Navy. .3:15 to go here in the second half. 35-6 lead for Air Force. And we will remind you that the magic number defensively for Air Force is 13. So the longer they keep possession and drain that clock, the better it is for Air Force. This is Grimm with 15 to shoot. Darryl Holly. Back to
Just
Grimm.
playing catch with each other right now.
He's playing keep away. Holly, he gets on the board for the first time. 37 for Air Force. That's their highest total of the tournament. And it could not come at a better time for them, obviously, as they needed to secure this victory. And a tremendous defensive effort as well. Cervantes over to Gomez on the left side. Back to Cervantes. He'll take the shot off the backboard. Some more substitutions on the floor. Carly James gets back in for Air Force. And Navy counters with Kyle Kitzman and Jamie Lopez. Here's Carly James. A rebound by Levi Moore. 1:18 to go. Air Force lead is 31, and they're still playing pressure defense.
It's, like I said, you'd never know they'd be up as much as they actually are right now with how they're playing defensively. They're doing such a great job. They're not letting up.
1 minute to go.
We have Air Force fans in the front court now cheering their team on.
Five to shoot on the shot clock. Vermeer takes it off the rim, and a rebound by Levi Moore. Shot clock is turned off as we are inside 20 seconds left. Still playing tough defense is Carly James. Aaron Gomez, James not letting them get it. Here's Kitzman. 5 seconds to go. Rebounded by Darryl Holly, and that will do it. So an emphatic victory by Team Air Force, 37-6 over Team Navy. Air Force improves to 2-2. Navy falls to 0-4 in the tournament. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And Haley, it was all Air Force.
All Air Force, but executing what they do best. Getting their players in position, spreading the ball around, and playing with patience. They played with a little too much patience at the end of the game because they just had to kill time on the clock. Pun obviously intended here. But this is the Air Force team that we saw beat Socom in a crushing victory, crushing defeat for Socom. This is the Air Force team that's been missing the last couple games, but they certainly found their identity, found their groove, and just absolutely were relentless, even until the very end. they never, ever, ever let Navy get back into it, playing even great defense, being up as high as they were.
Paul Vermeer led all scorers with 10 points for Air Force, and a solid showing as well by Carly James with 8. Colton Grimm has his double-digit streak snapped with 6, but I think he'll take the victory over the individual accolade every time. Let's send it back down to Lizzie Smith.
What's up, Warrior Games? I am here with Carly James from Team Air Force. You have been crushing it from wheelchair rugby now to wheelchair basketball. How are you feeling out there?
Honestly, I feel great. However, my hands are a little beat up. It's hard when you're not normally in a wheelchair, so you got sensitive hands, you got to make them tough. And we have a good medical team. They tape them up, and I'm good to go. So.
And you've had some awesome shots. You played basketball in college. How does that experience help you out here?
So what's crazy is actually when I was humbled very quickly, because when I first started wheelchair basketball, I thought it was going to be easy, but it's way harder. It was a learning curve. Honestly, I got good at shooting by just getting in the chair and practicing a lot. It took me quite a bit of time, but I'm here now and I'm making them, and hopefully I continue to do that.
And what's the secret to keeping up with all of the endurance you have, starting in rugby the past few days and now being such an MVP for your team here? How are you keeping up?
Resiliency. 100%. Like it's not easy. I've shed tears. I've gotten frustrated, but I have my team. I have my coaches. Like the camaraderie we have. Like sometimes it breaks down, but like our crowd, everything, like it picks us back up. So that's what keeps me going. I don't like letting my teammates down. So
yeah, it sounds like teamwork is a huge part of it. What does it mean for you just to be here at the Warrior Games representing Team Air Force?
Honestly, it means everything. It has 100% like saved my life. Like it gives me something to look forward to. I didn't plan on making friends, but I have a family now, and they're the most wild, most supportive, and I absolutely love them all, especially my teammates. Like they're amazing.
Team Air Force really knows how to show up. We can't wait to keep watching you just absolutely dominate. Thanks for your time, and we will be back shortly with even more wheelchair basketball here at the Warrior Games Challenge.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, you can bear, we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do we don't stop. Time to break through, come home free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, live with where we don't stop. Time to break through and come home free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when the back is against that wall, you can bear, we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, live with where we don't stop. Time to break through, come home free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Heart of a champion, you're a champion. Heart of a champ, heart of a champion. Yeah, stop, don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Champion lane, no renegade style, never when they don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Ain't stop, you will find the heart of a champion.
We are back at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center at Naval Air Station, North Island in San Diego, California. John Magrino along with Haley Elwood, and we are approaching tip-off of Game 3 of wheelchair basketball in the preliminary. Actually, this is day 2, but we are now beyond the preliminary rounds. This is actually who determines who goes to play for the gold medal. So our first game, I should say who plays for the medals, correct? We've got Air Force versus Army. Now, both teams finished, Haley, 2-2 in the brackets. To explain it, we had to have some mathematically superior people come up with the calculations. But Air Force is now the second team in the standings. Army is third, even though both are 2-2. Air Force, of course, allowed the fewest amount of points of the 2-2 teams, which also included Socom. Let's not forget them. And therefore, Air Force gets the nod as the number 2. The winner of this game advances to the gold medal game. The winner of this game goes for the gold medal. The loser will fall to the bronze medal game.
Give me the colors, much easier to handle than math on this point. But hey, this is a rematch, though, of a game these two teams played yesterday.
Take a look at our starters for Air Force. Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm, Staff Sergeant Carly James, Senior Airman Darrell Holly, Staff Sergeant Gregory Walker, and number 33, Technical Sergeant Paul Vermeer rounds out the starters for Air Force. For Army, we've got Sergeant Kevin Reyes, Staff Sergeant Derek Thompson, First Lieutenant Dion Jones, Specialist Michael Rayford, and Sergeant Kaylin McClendon are your 5 on the floor for Army. We are underway We saw a great battle yesterday with Army. Michael Rayford is a person that I want to focus on. Michael Rayford getting the start tonight, number 21 for Army. As you can see, our officials, Chris Nuance and Bob Doty. Michael Rayford was the player of the game yesterday. Just an incredible athlete. Had a great interview after the Army victory as well. Just happy to be out there, just supportive of his teammates. I believe he finished with 17 points.
Yeah, he had told Lizzie that the key to their success in that game and that win against Air Force was the fact that they played as a unit and communicated to get the win. Remember, they beat that one-seeded Air Force yesterday, so this will be a fun rematch. Air Force didn't have any answers for Army's defense. They were just absolutely stifling them the entire game, so this will be a fun one now.
And here's Rayford with the breakaway. Rebounded by Grimm. "90 seconds into the first half, still scoreless. Here's Air Force. Paul Vermeer in the lane, and he gets it to go. First basket of the game for both teams. This is Kevin Reyes. Slipping his way around Grimm. And a nice pass to McClendon underneath, but good defense by Vermeer, and he's going to get called for the foul. Paul Vermeer always active under the basket. That's Michael Rayford, who took a tumble there in the lane. Trying to get some assistance from Kevin Reyes. I might have made it worse.
I will say the core strength it takes to even attempt to get yourself up is impressive to me.
Take a look and see what happened here as the collision in the lane between Rayford and Vermeer. Here's Darryl Holly for Air Force. Quiet game offensively for Holly and their victory over Navy, but he dishes to Colton Grimm, who gets Air Force doubling their lead, 4-0. Air Force and Army collided in the second game, with Army taking home a 5-point victory. Carly James, baseline inside to Vermeer, and that's picked off by Deion Jones. Got a 30-second timeout taken by Army. Not as quick a start as Army would have hoped for. Air Force seems to have established a rhythm early on.
Game is still young, but Air Force certainly picking up where they left off in that last game.
Over on court number 2, we've got the elimination game between number 4 Socom and number 5 Navy. And Socom up big, 9-4, 16 minutes to go in the first half. And I say big with a 5-point lead because points are difficult to come by in this competition. A nice putback by Vermeer. Air Force ups their lead to 6-0 here in the first half. And there's a turnover by Army. bounds to Daryl Holly. Dishes to Walker in the lane. Count it.
It's like deja vu right now.
8-point lead for Air Force right out the gate. The defending gold medalist looking to get back to the podium. Army looking to get in their way, but right now it's all Air Force in the early going. Kevin Reyes defends against Daryl Holly. Grimm with the shot, rebound Vermeer, he puts it back. 6 points already for Paul Vermeer. Air Force's lead grows to 10. This is Deion Jones met with Daryl Holly. Over to Colin Matthews. The shot doesn't go. The rebound, Carly James. Holly's cut off by Jones. Feeds it to James. She's got Walker setting up underneath. He backs out of the lane. And that's a turnover to Army. Check that. McClendon tries to inbound it to Reyes. He gets it to Matthews. And that ball goes on the floor. That's going to be recovered by Carly James. Air Force on the break to Vermeer. Behind Reyes. Can't get it to go. Reyes with the rebound, and that's nearly intercepted by Holly, and it rolls out of bounds right in front of us here on the table. Winner of this game advances to the gold medal game. Air Force, after a shaky 1-2 start, they're fairly confident, and they've got every reason to be.
They led 29-0 in that last game. 10-0. They'll take that right now.
Bounce pass to Colton Grimm. Rebound Rayford to McClendon. Here's Kevin Reyes. Scoops it up. Gets it to Derek Thompson, who had a monster game last night. Derek Thompson, 6 points against the same Air Force team. He was their top rebounder. Vermeer inside to Daryl Holly, and he lays it up and in. Air Force's lead swells to 12. Relentless pressure in the backcourt. Gets through. This is Deion Jones, but he's guarded by Holly, who cuts him off in the flat. Back to McClendon. 15 to shoot. Kevin Reyes takes it out beyond the arc. 8 seconds to shoot. 5. Inside to Derek Thompson. Good ball movement by Army as they get their first bucket of the game. Stops a 12-0 run by Air Force.
You mentioned it. His contributions in that win over Air Force yesterday were so key. For a lot of the time, it was the Rayford-Reyes game, but you can't count Thompson out.
You said Derek Thompson was a force for Army yesterday, even though yesterday's game was very low scoring, Haley. Army lost to Air Force, or I should say Army defeated Air Force 20-15. And right now, Air Force, they're about to surpass their point total for the entire game yesterday. So a completely different squad that Army's looking at today. As James's shot rattles out. The outlet pass goes out of bounds. Air Force will keep possession. Take a look inside here as Vermeer feeds Daryl Holly for the easy bucket. responds with Derek Thompson. Both of these teams very disciplined on offense. They like to run set plays. There's not a lot of freelancing going on. They know what they have. They know what to do, and they do it well.
When you have that patience, it starts clicking, it starts working, it starts giving you that confidence to keep setting those plays up and activating on them.
And that's a foul called in the backcourt by Daryl Holly. Picks up his first. Tyler Will inbounds for Army. To Kalen McClendon. To Deion Jones. Jones looks inside. To Thompson, back to Will. Tries to get the shot off. It was contested by Walker successfully and rebounded by Vermeer. 10-point Air Force lead. 9:15 to go. Daryl Holly across the court. Grimm over to James for the shot. Rebounded by Deion Jones. Tyler Will. Kevin Reyes in a big collision over here on the far side of the court. Derek Thompson was upset that he couldn't get the call with a big laugh, though, as Daryl Holly takes a tumble.
Now they're dapping it up. I was going to say, as competitive as that was, you could also see how much fun they were having just now.
Let's take a look and see the collision over here. As Holly and Reyes contesting, and just got around and got clipped by the wheel of Reyes. No problem for Daryl Holly. 10-point lead. Socom all over Navy in the elimination game on court 2. 7-point lead. Carly James. Holly with a fresh 30. One thing that Air Force does, they can use that clock very, very well. Very patient offense. Here's Carly James. Book it. First points of the game for Carly James. Army's got Bill Anderson on the court for them after the substitution, and Bill Anderson is a force underneath. That ball goes out of bounds. Back to Army. .652 to go. 12-point lead for Air Force. Daryl Holly slides in. He's met by Will. Pass. A shot by Colton Grimm. Short. Army ball. Vermeer's pass goes out of bounds and taken back over by Army with under 5.5 minutes, or under 5:50 to go. Air Force with a 14-2 lead. Derek Thompson looking to get things going, and he gets the outlet to Bill Anderson. Anderson looking for help for Tyler Will, and he can't get it as Daryl Holly is there. And the foul is called on Kevin Reyes. Kevin Reyes with an outstanding game yesterday in 2 games, both defensively and offense. He's consistent. Scored 6 in their victory over Air Force. Here's Carly James, and she gets the friendly roll. 4 points for James.
She's picking up where she left off, too. It's very clear when you get Grimm and James involved offensively, Air Force is going to do well.
Air Force 34, go!
16-2 Air Force lead. 4:25 to go in the first half. Once again, the winner goes for the gold, and Air Force looking very, very strong. There's Kevin Reyes. He's cut off by Daryl Holly, and that's going to be Air Force's ball. Reyes doesn't like the call. Turns and talks to his coach. Clearly upset, but that's okay. Holly inbounds it to James. There's Holly looking for some room. He's got James open on the baseline. Shot doesn't go. Rebounded to Derek Thompson. Dalton Apodaca for Army. Greg Walker with the steal, and that's an over and back. Michael Rayford. Over to Apodaca. Pressured by Holly. Back to Rayford. To Anderson. Nice lead pass to Rayford. He's met in the lane by Colton Grimm, and Grimm draws the charge. Sensational discipline by Colton Grimm. Rayford looked like he had a push, almost had a line to the basket. Let's take a look again, Haley. Colton Grimm establishing possession, or establishing position, doesn't move, and that's an easy call for the official.
He's got the patience on both offense and defense to make those plays.
Daryl Holly inside to Vermeer, and that's a soft touch, and he gets the bucket. 8 points already for Paul Vermeer. Trouble in the backcourt for Army. Nice no-look pass from Thompson to Rayford. He's going to try to get it in to Apodaca behind the block of Anderson. And they can't capitalize. Rebound, Anderson. No good. Vermeer comes away with it. And there's Daryl Holly into the open court. Thompson cuts him off. Inside 2 minutes to go. Holly trying to keep possession in the lane. No shot. We've got a foul on Derek Thompson of Army. Air Force will set up behind the basket. 1:35 left here in the first half. Comfortably in front with a 16-point lead. Daryl Holly scoops it in beyond the three-point line. We're not going to see the three-point shot yet. I'm desperate to see the three-pointer, Haley. I have to see the three-pointer.
Well, now the stakes are a little higher, right? We've got bracket play to get to championship games. Let's see it. We've got to do it.
Got a whistle in the lane. Another foul called on Army. That'll send Carly James to the line. Carly James, a gold medal winner in the 400 yesterday. Also picked up, of course, a gold in wheelchair rugby. Finlay Cortez checks in for Team Army. And that, even though she hits the bucket, it's waved off a lane violation. This is another turnover by Army. Actually, a great defensive play by Greg Walker. You've got to give him credit as he cut off the path from Jones. And Army's got to burn a timeout with 52.3 seconds left in the first half. Checking over at court number 2 in our elimination game. Team Socom already riding an impressive 2-game win streak. They're in great position for their third, and that'll send them to the gold medal match as well. Check that. I am mistaken. I make a lot of mistakes. The winner of the Socom Navy match has the right to face off against the Marine Corps.
Got it.
The
and
right
the
to
loser
go to
gets
the gold.
eliminated.
Yeah, so, sorry, that's the elimination game. And right now it looks like Socom is having their way with Navy as they did earlier in the tournament. Socom with a 10-point victory over Navy earlier. Back here on court number 1, it's all Air Force. And I can say with conviction that the winner of this game will go to the gold medal.
Confident?
Loser of this game, I'm very confident because it's written down right in front of me. And the loser will play for the bronze.
There are multiple underlines on that card. We're good. No math. No math now.
Just so many factors. Carly James. 6 for James. And the Air Force lead grows to 18. Deion Jones out of the reach of Apodaca. Back to Air Force. The log shot by Colton Grimm. I'm not sure if that was beyond the arc, though, Haley. I'd have to see a replay to confirm. And that is the end of the first half. Air Force came out firing on all cylinders, building a 20-2 lead. And right now, Team Army shaking their heads.
Yep. That's it at this point.
Take a look at the first half highlights, and really, it's all Air Force. Paul Vermeer, 8 points to lead all scorers. Colton Grimm got back into the action. Just dominating on both ends of the court. Greg Walker underneath. And, Paul Vermeer has just been phenomenal in the paint.
And that's the thing that worked against them in that last game against Army. Army was able to contain Air Force in the paint. The flip side is happening today in this game. And I think Vermeer is one of those guys. We've obviously talked a lot about Grimm and Carly James and Daryl Hawley, but Vermeer is no slouch. He is certainly coming to play and giving his team chances to win.
Let's go courtside to Lizzie Smith. She's talking to the Army assistant coach.
Hello, Warrior Games. I am here with Linda Gomez-Pye, the assistant coach for Team Army. You guys are putting up quite a fight out there, but Air Force seems to be the force today. How are you feeling?
I'm very confident in this team right now. They beat them yesterday, and at this point right now, they are learning to be able to apply, it's either they're picking or they're picking. So it's going back and forth. And right now, Air Force has the edge, but Army's strong every single time. So
Absolutely. And we were talking briefly, you said this is a brand new team. How is it going out there in terms of teamwork and camaraderie?
They are learning who they are and how to work together. And the young team, they came in this year. We don't have any veterans on the team this year, so it's like an incredible experience for these new people introduced to the adapted sports. And now they be adapted sports, and they're doing, the basketball right now, and then sitting starts tomorrow. So
lots of endurance from Team Army. How are you feeling regardless of today going into the bronze medal game?
Oh, really strong, really strong. I mean, when I look at the score and I see what's going on here, I just see it as an experience to be able to be better for the bronze medal match. I have no concern whatsoever. And then the head coach, Rodney, a Paralympian, been in the business, wins all the time, so there's no fear here at all. So
I love it. Well, we're wishing you luck. Thank you so much for your time, Linda, and we will be back shortly with the second half of this match. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center, John Magrino and Haley Elwood on the call for you. Winner of this game will be advancing to the gold medal. The loser will be falling to a bronze medal game. And right now, Air Force jumped out to a 20-2 lead. Haley, when I look at both huddles at halftime, you look to see Air Force very loose, everybody enjoying themselves, a lot of laughs. 100% concentration on the Air Force side. They're down by 18. But they're not done yet.
No, Army is not done yet, and if they want to have a chance in this, they need to start containing Air Force in the paint and not let them get into a rhythm. Air Force has been in nothing but a rhythm this entire game, carrying on from what they did in that last match just earlier today. So look, you're down 20-2. You still have a whole half to play. Loser, obviously, as we said, goes to the bronze games, which isn't a bad shot, but you do want a chance at that gold. So there's time. You regroup, play that second half, see what happens.
This has got to be a shock for Army, right? They defeated Air Force 20-15 the first time they met, probably came in with a little bit of confidence. Air Force, though, we heard it from some of the Air Force players after the last game. Okay, here we go. Now the season starts now. Here in the medal rounds. So Air Force in good shape over on court number 2. They've reached the halftime mark. Socom all over Team Navy 21-8. And the loser of that game will be eliminated. And Socom will get another shot at Marine Corps if that score holds true. Here we are back in action on court number 1. Air Force in possession is Paul Vermeer. He leads all scorers with 8 points. And his shot goes up and out. Let's see what Army can do here, opening up the second half, and this is a good look. This is Apodaca. Apodaca harassed by Holly to Anderson, back to Apodaca, in the lane to Rayford. They wave off the basket because foul is going to be called on Greg Walker. So that'll put Michael Rayford at the line. Rayford with a sensational game the last 2 times these teams met. And right now, he's looking for his first points of the game. And he gets it. It's the friendly roll for the and one. So I was mistaken. That shot was not waved off. Rayford got it, was fouled, converts the free throw. Air Force's lead cut to 15. Carly James with the running shot. Doesn't go. Rebounded by Jones, and a foul's going to be called here on Carly James. Picks up her first. Rayford to Anderson. Bill Anderson's shot doesn't go. And Paul Vermeer got behind the defense, but he wasn't able to convert the long pass by Carly James. So Army retains possession. 18:30 coming up here on the clock, trailing by 15. And a great defensive play. Moses Nebraska reaching behind him to knock it away, but it does stay with Army. Rayford pestered by Nebraska, and the ball goes off the chair of Anderson. And we've got a 10-second violation.
You saw Nebraska in those wheelchair rugby games, and you've said it all week long. He is playing with that exact same defensive dominance that he played when he won that gold in rugby.
Apodaca looking at the officials for not getting the foul call. And that ball goes out to Air Force. Great job trapping in the backcourt by Air Force. There's a long pass by Nebraska inside of Vermeer, but he can't convert. Rebound Anderson. I got to tell you, Haley, as effective and strong as Bill Anderson is, I'm surprised we didn't see him earlier in the game.
I'm with you
Jones
on that.
with a couple of tries.
Bill Anderson looks like a defensive lineman playing basketball out here today.
Here's Daryl Holly, takes it home. 4 points for Holly. 22-5. Here's Anderson, off the feed from Apodaca. And a great job by Vermeer, and Anderson can't get it to go. Take a look at Daryl Holly. He went in, kind of reversed his angle, and Apodaca turned his back, and Holly took advantage of it.
Holly with the one-hander.
Great
He is
court
so
awareness.
smooth.
Great court awareness, yep. Clendon inbounds it to Reyes. Thompson. Got to get over. Intercepted by Daryl Holly. James Phelps lost the ball. Here's McClendon. Here's Kevin Reyes. Shot by Tyler Will. It's rebounded by Grimm.
Army's had chances, just not taking advantage.
Holly swings around the back, up to Grimm. Rebounded by Nebraska, back to Holly. They get a fresh 30. And Grimm will take the shot from the free throw line off the front of the iron. Rebounded by Army. Clendon looking for assistance from Will. And Jones can't handle the pass, and that's going to be picked up by James. But that's a 10-second violation. Carly James inside to Daryl Holly. He can't get it to go. Over to Phelps. And a nice swish. James Phelps with his first points of the game.
Nice play there.
Here's McClendon. Stood up by Nebraska and James. They get it to Will. Looking underneath for Thompson. The long reach, and he can't get it to go with the reverse layup. Here's Kevin Reyes. No. Rebound Nebraska telling Carly James to go. Get down court. Ingram's pass goes out of her reach. Daryl Holly, you see, active underneath, sees the wide open Phelps, helps his teammate.
Holly's everyone's best friend on this Air Force team. He will get you in the right positions to make the plays.
He's quite the philanthropist. We have many, many nicknames for Daryl Holly. Let's call him also the philanthropist.
Yep. What was Coach Connie's name? Hollywood? Holly? That was her nickname for him?
Wheelchair rugby, he was Hurricane Holly. Air Force was down, it became Holly time. Man of many nicknames. 24-5, Air Force. We've got a 3-second violation in the lane. You see Carly James pumping her fist. She loves defensive effort.
She gives it 100% every time she is on this court, regardless if her team is up 20. It doesn't matter. You're going to see it and see her bring it.
Holly feeds James for the easy J. Carly James with 8. And once again, the philanthropist with the assist. Ball goes back to Air Force. Here's James looking for Holly. Got Nebraska on the left side, tries to get around Phelps for an easy shot on the baseline with the spin and the bucket. Daryl Holly.
This isn't going to be nickname territory for him, but he has the grace of a ballerina out here. It is so impressive to watch him maneuver in this wheelchair. He is so smooth. His skills are unlike anyone else out on this court.
Pass goes underneath. And the rebound comes to Carly James. 2-on-1. Holly in the lane to Nebraska. The touch. Moses Nebraska. (30-5) Air Force lead. 10-10 to go. Michael Rayford smacked away by Nebraska. Gonna have some substitutions as Paul Vermeer returns for Air Force. Tyler Will checks back in for Army. Socom steadily pulling away from Navy over on court number 2 in our elimination game. 13-point advantage. Here's Tyler Will. Rebounded Holly. James Phelps. Bounce pass to Vermeer. Over to Holly on the wing. Cross court to Nebraska. Wide open. Can't get it to go. Rebound goes out of bounds to Army. Under 9. This is Rayford. He's boxed out of there by Moses Nebraska. Nebraska gives him a friendly tap on the back. Back in action. Michael Rayford with an outstanding game yesterday against Air Force. I would have given him the MVP of the game if I had such a distinction of choosing.
When you're giving out nicknames, you can give out awards too.
Coming up on the 8-minute mark, this is Paul Vermeer. Nice, smooth touch by Paul Vermeer. Boy, you give him that shot, he'll bury it every time. 10 for Vermeer. Double digits. Air Force with a 27-point lead on Army. There's no way you can tell me that Army saw this coming.
No. They have to be very, very disappointed in this performance.
Here's Daryl Holly in the lane. Nice job by McClendon defensively. Holly dishes it back to Vermeer. Nice little set shot. Can't go. Rebound Tyler Will. Coming up tomorrow, we'll have day 2 of the archery competition. And we'll also have our medal rounds for wheelchair basketball. Archery will get their medal ceremonies going at about 1 o'clock Pacific, followed by here wheelchair basketball finals. And we'll also have the medal ceremony following the gold medal match. Plenty of action coming your way at the DoD Warrior Games Challenge here in San Diego. Hosted by the U.S. Army. An incredible week so far of competition. Plenty more to go. Athletes are fantastic. The competition is fierce as we get a foul in the lane. Tyler Will. That's actually that foul is on Moses Nebraska. Tyler Will get a shot at the line. Tyler Will also competing in archery tomorrow, and also was a competitor in the field events. So unless he gets added to an additional roster moving forward, tomorrow will be Tyler Will's final day of competition. But as we've seen before, some athletes get added to rosters later in the day. People aren't able to compete, able to substitute in, so he might not be done.
See what happens, but
Once
regardless,
again,
he has a full slate tomorrow.
Nebraska loses the handle, it rolls out of bounds. Army will take possession as O.J. Shasanya returns for Air Force. He replaces the hardworking Moses Nebraska. This is Kevin Reyes. He's met up by Phelps, knocks the ball away. That'll stay with Army. Here's Apodaca. Good work by Dalton Apodaca, his first bucket of the game. Pushes it across the timeline. Colton Grimm with only 2 points, surprisingly enough. Here's Vermeer. Back in the lane to Vermeer, and he dumps it in.
When you have a guy like Paul Vermeer playing, and having 12 points, Grimm doesn't need to contribute as much. They're getting it done.
I believe I have, in my book, 7 different scorers for Air Force. Four minutes to go here in the second half. And it's been all Air Force from start to finish. Vermeer gets a good look. Rebound, Tyler Will. This is Rayford with a good push into the lane, but he was met by Arevalo. Back to Reyes. Can't get it to go. Cortez pulls it in, keeps it alive inside to Apodaca, and it goes out of bounds. It'll stay with Army. Jess Durhammer checks back in for Air Force. This is Tyler Will. Will looking to shoot. Rebounded by Grimm. Grimm getting chased by Finlay Cortez.
Wasn't me. Not me.
15 on the shot clock. Air Force going to pull it back and burn some clock. As we approach the 2.5-minute mark, here's Vermeer. And he gets another roll. Paul Vermeer with 14. 36 to 10. 5 minutes to go on court 2. Socom nearly doubling up Navy. Socom will be on its way to face the Marine Corps in our next match right here on court 1. So we've made a list of Daryl Holly nicknames. It's a guy that you know earns every nickname. We have the Philanthropist, we have Hurricane Holly, Hollywood Holly, and what about Mistletoe and Holly? And why?
Yeah.
Because when his shots go, he gets the little kiss off the glass. You got to be creative, Haley.
And as you said, he has earned every single one of them out here. That's the mark of a true competitor, when you can walk out of the Warrior Games with multiple nicknames, if you will.
There is no doubt in my mind that his friends and family are going to be ragging on him forever because of all the fun that we're having. Such a great guy. Tyler Will with the bat, with the last basket for Army. Air Force's lead is 36 to 12. And how about Paul Vermeer banking it home for his 16th point of the game? One minute to go here in the second half of our bronze medal semifinal game. As we've repeated, the bronze medal will be played for by the loser, and in this case it looks like that'll be Army. And a nice touch by O.J. Chisanya. Air Force with a tournament high 40 points for them, matching the high score set by the Marine Corps.
Previous high was in the earlier game against Navy with 37. It's nice to see them return to that offensive-minded philosophy that we know they do so well out here.
Really found their rhythm, you're right. They'll get a chance to compete for their second consecutive gold medal, just like they did in wheelchair rugby. They got a good confidence boost here over a tough Army team. The clock ticks down. 1 second to go, and that will do it. An impressive victory by Team Air Force. They get the right to go back to the gold medal game.
You know, as you said, they sort of had to do some soul searching, but they figured it out over these last couple games, and they get a shot to remain the champs.
So your final score over on court number 1. Air Force with a dominating 40-12 victory over Team Army. They'll play for the gold medal, and they did it with Daryl Holly. Just phenomenal moves here on the court. Great court vision. The ability to see the open man.
Just the perfect pirouettes to get into place.
Just an incredible, an amazing game by Paul Vermeer, leading all scorers with 16 points. Carly James, she had a great game as well. She finished with 8. Everything Air Force did worked. Daryl Holly, his spin move, sensational.
Smooth like butter out there, if you will. And when you mentioned Vermeer, it really felt like he was going to have one of these games that just kind of cracked open. This was it.
So one half of our medal games are set. Air Force awaits the winner, which is more than likely going to be, well, it will be the winner of Marine Corps and Socom. Socom on the verge of knocking out Navy over on court number 2. They're up 27-16. So we can pencil Socom in, and Army moves on to the bronze medal game. They will await the winner of, or I should say the loser of the SOCOM Marine Corps game, which will come up shortly. We're going to send you down to the court, and Lizzie Smith is talking to a very, very happy Air Force coach.
What's up, Warrior Games? I am here with the head coach of Air Force, Ms. Hannah Walker. That was quite the impressive display today. Your team loves you. How are you feeling?
Oh, so good. We worked so hard. We stayed up last night and watched game film. They came out and crushed it today. I couldn't be more happy.
How are you feeling going into the gold medal game tomorrow?
We are ready. We are so ready. This pumped us up. Look at these guys. They're ready. They're not even tired. 3 games. We're ready. We're going to go watch film tonight, and we're going to come out and rock it tomorrow. I can't wait.
What is the secret after a few challenges yesterday? Is it watching game film? Is it rest? Is it teamwork? What's keeping you guys going?
The camaraderie of the team has grown. These guys have never played together. So as we play games, we're getting together. We're a family now. We're growing. We're communicating. It's amazing.
Well, we're so excited for you guys and wishing you luck tomorrow. And we will be back shortly with the last game today of wheelchair prelims. That's Marines versus SOCOM. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Don't let them gray clouds take a hold. Oh no, oh no, no. Woo! We ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Live your life, 'cause that's the only thing you gotta do. You made a start, but you need to push through. Without those rainy days, the flowers would never grow. Oh no, so listen up now, 'cause we ain't worried about a doggone thing. We're gonna come on through, yeah. Just live your life, 'cause that's the only thing you gotta do. Keep it up. Woo! Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep your head on high. Keep it up. You're gonna make it. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up now. Keep up. Keep up. Keep it on up. Yeah. Yeah. Keep up now. Keep your head up high. Come on. Keep it up. Keep it up now. Keep it up. Come on now. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up now. Come on. Keep it up. We're gonna make it through. We got some work to do. Woo. Keep it up.
Come on. Let's go, let's go. Come on. I got one chance. I'ma take it till we make it. I got one chance, one chance. I got one chance, I'ma take it. I got one chance, one chance. Gonna work hard till we make it. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. Here we go, work, work, work. It's going down. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. It's going down till we make it. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. Here we go, work, work, work. Here we go, work, work. Here we go now. It's going down. Work hard till we make it.
We're brothers in arms, gonna dig your grave. Never stop till we see you break. See the color of the war paint, yeah. We're soldiers marching on, can't stop us all night long. We'll stay here till the sun, and you'll be looking down to the barrel of a gun. Fight fire with fire in the killing fields. Gonna find your Achilles heel. Use myself as a human shield, yeah. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me. If you're coming for him, then you're coming through me.
that you don't really wanna be with me. So I don't wanna tell your body so desperately. Yeah, yeah, I know I'm just here to pass the time. Why you grinding about my waistline? Yeah, I know that you don't really wanna be with me. So I'm not running up into your arms like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know why I'm so addicted to your charm. When I know all that you want is for me to be on your arm. Got me making all the wrong decisions. Oh, got me thinking that next time it gon' be different. Oh, I don't wanna be a new addition, but yeah, like my ignition. Got me making all the wrong decisions. All the wrong decisions. No, I haven't met somebody like you in a while. So baby, tell me how you hold me with this smile. Yeah, but I know I'm just here to pass the time. I don't think that you can ever be mine. So baby, tell me why I'm trying so hard all the time. So I'm not running up into your arms like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know why I'm so addicted to your charm. When I know all that you want is for me to be on your arm. Got me making all the wrong decisions. Oh, got me thinking that this time it gon' be different. Oh, I don't wanna be a new addition, but yeah, like my ignition. Got me making all the wrong decisions. All the wrong decisions. I'm not gonna be no other woman, so go and tell your other women. I'm too high, I'm too in, I'm too smooth, too good looking, I'm too real, to come in second, and I'm too good to be your other woman. Baby, check the way you step to me. Got nobody on the side but honesty. Oh, you're like a prisoner and I'm the key. I'll keep you locked up if you're deceiving me. Oh, you've been talking like you have something to offer me, but everything you said I've heard it all repeatedly. So if you think of her, when you say those words, I'm too high, and too in, I'm too smooth, too good looking, I'm too real, to come in
catch me if you can.
Most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Great records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now. A superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me. I'm on. I'll be back in my stride. That's how we design. One thing I know, when the back is against that wall. Me
My pain is like water against a dam.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. John Magrino along with Haley Elwood. We have reached the final preliminary game as we set up the medal rounds going forward. And what a day it's been so far. And it's really, in this coming up game, Marine Corps and Socom. Haley, we have got not only a great matchup between these two teams, but the storylines going into this game are even better. So, talk about Socom.
Socom had a very slow start in this tournament here, but then they turned it on when they beat 2-seed Navy 30-20 in yesterday's match. Zach Palega and Tony Smith combined for 20 of the team's 30 points, and since then, they've notched 2 additional wins. So they've won 3 consecutive games, putting up points of 30, 26, and 27. Palega told our Lizzie after that game over Navy, took some time for us to get gelling, but they have certainly gelled.
They'll be taking on Marine Corps. Marine Corps undefeated at 4-0. They've had their way with everybody, but this is not the same Socom team that they beat earlier. Your starting lineup for Socom: Lieutenant Isaiah Staley, Sergeant First Class Don Page, Master Sergeant Roger Hopkins, Captain Zach Palega, and Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith. For the Marine Corps, your starting 5: Staff Sergeant David Benitez, Sergeant Patrick McDonald, Master Sergeant Donald Burns, Staff Sergeant Michael Scott, and we round it out with Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis. And there's our opening tip, and it goes to Sturgis. The Marine Corps on the break. Here's Donald Burns. And the layup can't fall. It's rebounded by Tony Smith. Tony Smith, a hard worker underneath the glass, and he gets it done on offense, too. He's done everything for Socom in their resurgence.
They're the gritty. He's a gritty grinder out there.
This is Smith. Socom winners of 3 straight. Marine Corps on a 4-point, or I should say a 4-game win streak. Here's Isaiah Staley. Loses the ball, and it's recovered by Donald Burns. Out to David Benitez. Wide open is Patrick McDonald. Tries to get in front of Don Page, and he does, and he can't get the layup. Burns gets the rebound. Nothing falling for Marine Corps here in the early going. And we've got a whistle as the shot clock did not start on time. Make that quick correction. Winner of this game goes to the gold medal. They'll take on top-seeded Air Force, who defeated Army. And the loser of this game will take on Army for the bronze medal. Air Force looking to repeat as gold medalists. Army looking to repeat as bronze medal champions. And Socom with a little push. Don Page shot falls short. Rebound Sturgis. David Benitez. Stops in the lane, pops, count it. David Benitez puts the Marine Corps up by 2. Socom difficult to getting it over the timeline, but they do. Zach Palega picks up the loose ball, has it batted away by Burns, and gets it to Page. Page drifting into the lane, takes the shot, it's short. Palega with the rebound, doesn't get it to go. Next shot up and off, and rebounded by the Corps. Donald Burns up ahead to Benitez. They've got 3-on-2. Here's Benitez to Burns. Easy layup.
Burns picking up where he left off in that win over Air Force. 17 points in that 39-27 victory.
4-0 Marine Corps. Burns always seems to be in the right position, offensively and defensively. Here's Burns again. Shot is short. Hustles to get his own rebound. Underneath, and it's picked off by Pelega. Three seconds on the timeline. That ball's going to roll away back to the Marine Corps. Shaky start here for Socom. These two met earlier in pool play, and the Marine Corps came away with a 13-point victory. Socom is a much different club, as you addressed earlier. Witnessed the maturation process over the last day, and that ball gets fed inside to Michael Scott, and he drops it in. Quick 6-0 lead for the Marine Corps. Socom's got to get some sort of momentum moving here. Staley over the line to Tony Smith, and it's behind him.
If there's anything to note here, it's that Socom has certainly been in this position before. They know what it's like to play from behind. And they've done a much better job of getting in front as of late.
And a tough shot by Zach Pelega. He gets the friendly roll, and Socom is on the scoreboard. Zach Pelega with a slew of gold medals in these games thus far. He had double gold at cycling, was track, 5-time gold medalist.
That is remarkable.
Take a look at the inside dish. Pelega with a tough shot, defended well by Michael Scott, but he gets the good touch. 6'2" Marine Corps. Roger Hopkins looking for an open man, gets it to Captain Zach Pelega. Pelega inside to Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith. Shot goes up, and the foul is called. Tag Donald Burns with his first personal foul. Tony Smith at the line for Socom. First shot is off. Tony Smith competing in 7 different events: archery, cycling, field, rowing, shooting, rugby, and of course here in basketball. Second shot is up and good. (6-3) lead for the Marine Corps. 14:20 to go here in the first half. The winner goes to the gold medal. The loser goes to the bronze medal match. This is Patrick McDonald to a wide open Donald Burns. The foul is called. Burns will get an opportunity to make up for the miss at the line. Credit that penalty to Dawn Page. That's her first. Burns' first shot is wide left. Second shot is up and good. (7-3). Tony Smith for Socom. Marine Corps making it very difficult for them to get any clean looks. Here's Smith. Can't get it to go. Rebound Burns. Donald Burns is everywhere.
Everywhere. You are right, though. They are certainly making it tough on Socom to even get anything going.
Tony Smith of Socom has assessed the foul. You see backed in to Patrick McDonald. First foul on Tony Smith. The rebound by McDonald, back to Burns, and he pops it in from the baseline. Donald Burns heating up. He's got 5 of the Marine Corps' 9 points. Zach Palega with a wild shot is recovered by Burns, and the outlet to David Benitez. Up ahead to Patrick McDonald. Michael Scott with the shot off the rim. Rebounded by Socom, and the outlet to Palega. And here's Tony Smith, gets behind Donald Burns. Can he get a clean look? And he can't, but the foul is going to be called on Donald Burns, and that's big because that's Burns' second foul. And we are only less than 8 minutes into the first half. Take a look at this one more time. Open area for Smith, but Burns doesn't have position, moves, drifts into him, alters the shot. You're going to get that foul call every time.
Just enough to call it.
Tony Smith at the line. Spins around and out.
We're all back on defense.
And second shot gets the roll. 2 points for Tony Smith. Marine Corps with a 5-point lead. McDonald bounces it forward to Benitez. Benitez inside the lane looking for Scott, and it was knocked away, and out of the scrum on the left side. It's picked up by Pierre Sturgis, and his shot falls short, but it'll stay with Marine Corps. Pierre Sturgis, your gold medal winner in the powerlifting, in the 80-kilogram division. He was also a rugby competitor. He'll be playing sitting volleyball. He also competed in rowing and powerlifting. Busy, busy week for Pierre Sturgis and most of our athletes.
Yeah.
Here's Tony Smith. Over the head of Scott to Palega. Palega is pounded by Sturgis inside to Hopkins. And a great job defensively by Benitez, and that allowed Burns to grab the rebound.
Who else but Burns, right? At this point, as you said, he's everywhere. He's doing it all.
Here's Benitez inside to Michael Scott. Easy bucket. 4 points for Michael Scott. Marine Corps up by 7. That's a steal by McDonald, up ahead to Benitez. In and out, Sturgis. Back into the lane to McDonald, and we got a foul call. No basket. Take a look and see this. Pass inside to Michael Scott. Just a delicate touch in the lane. Roger Hopkins at the line for Socom. Check that. Foul was on the floor, so he doesn't get a shot. My apologies. There's Donald Burns again. Burns with a quick 7. Inside 10 minutes, 13-4, Marine Corps. A chance to go to the gold medal game as the 4th seeded team. Who would have thought it? Tony Smith. And Knox with a shot off the rim. Burns with another rebound. I'm going to get tired of hearing you say that. Michael Scott from the right side. No good. Roger Hopkins gives chase. And he picks it up for Socom. Back to Pelega. Pelega looking for some relief. Can't get it. Sturgis is right there to pick it off. He brings it back into the front court for Marine Corps. Boy, they're just relentless. They hound you on the defensive side. Inside to Michael Scott. Scott's shot falls to the right. Benitez with a quick rebound. Up, and he gets the roll. Hard work pays off for David Benitez. Tony Smith, Socom got to figure this out. Down by 11 midway through the first half. Good pressure by Benitez. Staley comes over to give Smith a little bit of room. Tries to get it inside to Pelega, and we've got a reach-in foul. That's going to be called on the Marine Corps. That's going to be Michael Scott picking up his first personal. Tony Smith getting a well-earned breather. Dustin Burrell entering the game for Socom. This is Hopkins to Isaiah Staley. Haley, Marine Corps gives you no opportunity, no clean shots in the paint. Look at that. Look at the smothering defense. Off-balance shot by Pelega, and he gets it to go.
That's what you got to do when they're going to stifle you in the paint. You have to make the most of your opportunities. He was off balance. He made that shot. You need to get something going to have a chance in this one.
Got to use it. Got to develop some sort of run, and maybe that'll help as the pass from Benitez sails out of bounds. Down by 9. Socom needs to string together back-to-back baskets. Let's take a look at the shot of this again. How does Zach Pelega get this falling away and backwards? Michael Jordan would be impressed with the fall-away skills. 15-6 lead.
That should have counted for 3.
A golden opportunity thrown away. Officials blowing the whistle. Burns will take it in. Some confusion about the substitutions here coming in. All right, now we're ready to go. They figured it all out. Coming up at the 6-minute mark, Marine Corps with a 9-point lead. Looking for the chance to go to the gold medal game. Remain undefeated. Inside to Donald Burns. Boy, that's tough. 9 points for Donald Burns. Marine Corps crowd very enthusiastic, as you'd expect.
Just felt like after that performance earlier today, he was going to do the same thing. If Socom wants a chance at this game, they need to contain Burns.
And that pass goes out of the reach of Petty Officer First Class Dustin Burrell. The Marine Corps up by 11. Big Daddy brings it up to the key. Inside to Sturgis. We've got a foul away from the ball. They're going to hit Justin Radbill with his first personal foul. Burns McDonald has got plenty of room, but he feeds it inside to Scott, and it's off the glass. A little deflection by Radbill, and Burrell comes up with the ball. And we've got a foul on Donald Burns. So, Haley, if I'm not mistaken, that's Donald Burns' third foul.
Yes. And it's early still.
Despite the fact that Marine Corps has a seemingly comfortable 11-point lead, you don't want to lose Donald Burns off the court. There's Burrell's shot, bounces out. Rebound Burns. Because if you watch Donald Burns, the hustle up and down the floor, the work that he does without the basketball, worthy of emulation as Pierre Sturgis gets his rebound and puts it back in. Sturgis just a worker. So physical underneath. And when you've got him and Burns together. Here's Pelega. Bounce pass to Burrell. Off the rim. Pelega with the rebound. Can't get it to go. Rebound Sturgis. Up ahead, Donald Burns. Soft touch doesn't go, but Michael Scott is there as he collects the loose change. 6 points for Scott.
Marine Corps does such a great job of just playing complementary basketball. One guy doesn't make it, the other guy's there for the rebound, gets it in.
Got substitutions coming in. Michael Scott gets a well-deserved rest. Marine Corps got their cheers and chants down pat. With precision, just like their offense here on the court. Here's Sturgis. Rebound to Tony Smith.
They are extremely precise in taking care of their team and making sure that they are being cheered on.
Radbill to Tony Smith. Looking for an opening. Bounce pass. Underneath is picked up by Burrell, but he can't get it home. And Donald Burns again is going to send it out to Pierre Sturgis. Avoids the collision with Tony Smith, and he kisses it up off the glass and in. 4 points for Sturgis here in the first half. Whew, and that Marine Corps lead now 23-6. We've seen the Marine Corps do this several times. Undefeated, 4-0 in competition leading up to this game. And every single game they've played has been a double-digit victory.
Came in as the 4th seed, too. So I know we talked about they might have a chip on their shoulder, might be playing that way. You would never know their seeding based on how they've won these games.
Here's Sturgis. Standout wheelchair rugby player. You see the skills here in basketball as well as the nice feed to Patrick McDonald. Bounces up and off the rim, but McDonald gets it back. Looks like it did exactly the same thing, and Tony Smith hauls it in. 35 seconds to go here in a quick first half. That's a traveling violation called on Team Socom. Again, you've got 2 pushes of the wheel. You have to make a bounce before you push again.
There's a lot of coordination involved with that.
I can't do it. Here's Pierre Sturgis with 3 to shoot, and he hammers it home. Pierre Sturgis beats the buzzer, and Team Marine Corps is going to head into the half with a commanding 25-6 lead over Team Socom. I'm a little surprised because I thought that Socom, being on the roll that they were with the confidence that they've gained, accumulated along the way. But again, Marine Corps also has been accumulating confidence along the way too.
Yeah, Marine Corps no slouch in this tournament.
Plenty of highlights to look at here. See the camaraderie between Staley and Sturgis. And the Marine Corps jumped out the gate pretty quickly, Haley. I mean, Donald Burns, Michael Scott, two big bodies in the lane. But not only that, they just hustle back on defense as well. Relentless.
They've done such a great job distributing the ball, getting multiple players involved. Burns obviously leads the team with 9 points, but Scott and Sturgis both have 6 apiece. Just a really nice display, and maybe what we're seeing is Marine Corps just separating themselves from the rest of the pack. We'll see what Socom can do in this second half, but you have to stop those 3 players if you want a chance in this one.
Zach Pelega leading Socom with 4 points. See Donald Burns just dominating on both ends of the floor. 9 points for Burns, but he does have 3 fouls, so we got to keep an eye on that. Let's go down to the floor and talk to Lizzie Smith.
Hey there, I am here with Lee Montgomery, the wheelchair basketball manager and Hall of Famer. How are you feeling today watching this program develop and seeing such great action out there?
Feeling great. We have a good show for the crowd and our people watching the live stream. We winding things down right now, so the winner of this game goes into the gold medal. We already have Air Force that's going to be in the gold medal, and then these 2 teams, Socom and Army, will be in the bronze medal. So, yeah, so it's looking good, having fun, a little tired, but it's all good.
Lots of action out there today, and you've been a part of the Warrior Games for a while, too. What does it mean for you to be involved in this program?
You know, I got involved back in 2010, and the goal there was to teach as much as I can to these men and women about our sport, wheelchair basketball. Our sport was developed from the military. Dr. Nugent was one of our founding fathers, and we had on a VA hospital, he threw a basketball out there back in 1948, and we've been having wheelchair basketball going since the war. It's wonderful to be part of this and to give back. And that's the key thing right there, giving back to our men and women for all the things they have done for us as well.
Couldn't agree more. So great to catch up with you, Lee Montgomery. Thanks for your time. And we have the second half of action coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Halftime here at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center, Warrior Games Challenge, wheelchair basketball. Marine Corps all over Team Socom, 25-6. You know, when you look at the stat columns, Haley, spread out scoring for the Marine Corps, really nobody to focus on. You've got Donald Burns with 9, 6 points each for Michael Scott, Pierre Sturgis. Throw in David Benitez with 4. You know, you can't really focus on anybody, and unfortunately for Team Socom, you know, from an offensive standpoint, you got to have somebody step up. And, you know, typically Tony Smith has been the scorer for Socom in the previous games, but he's been held to just 2.
Yeah, both Smith and Pelega having 4 points at this time right now. Look, Marine Corps has just done such a better job trying to limit those guys. Their defense has been stifling to the point where it's just been really hard for Socom to get any shots off and really have an opportunity to score.
Second half action gets underway. Here's Isaiah Staley. See if Socom can put together a little bit of a run, get some defensive stops, and string together a couple of baskets and bring them back into the game. And that's not a good start as the ball trickles out of bounds. And Marine Corps will take back possession. David Benitez bringing it up the court. Over to Michael Scott. Scott with plenty of time. He sets, pops, and hits. 8 points for Michael Scott. Isaiah Staley. Scoreless here in the, he was scoreless in the first half. Gets it back to Dawn Page. Like to see Staley get some good looks. Page with an easy shot. Doesn't fall. Rebound. Guess who? Donald Burns to Pierre Sturgis. Takes his time. Up and in. Beautiful play. We've seen that so many times. Donald Burns gets a great rebound, waits a couple of seconds, knows he's got one of his teammates running down court, throws him an easy pass, and they get the easy deuce.
Sturgis also showing that strength after accruing gold in powerlifting to get himself down there in that position, then get himself under the basket to score.
Take a look at that shot off the glass. Donald Burns, great vision. Feeds Sturgis, and that's just academic, easy. So the foul was called on David Benitez. That'll put Isaiah Staley at the line. Two shots for Lieutenant Isaiah Staley. Participating also in swimming, won the bronze medal in rugby. The conversation between the threes. I don't know what was going on there. Staley launches it off the glass, and that'll go back to the Marine Corps.
A lot of chatter that happens in these games.
Patrick McDonald in the paint. Good feed from Benitez.
Excuse me.
(31-6) Marine Corps leading Team Socom. The winner goes to the gold medal. Here's a steal by Benitez. Outlet again to Pierre Sturgis. He looks back, almost in a showboating way, and he lays it in. I love it.
He'll take it himself.
10 for Pierre Sturgis. The majority of those are on breakaway buckets. Page inbound to Staley. Isaiah Staley. Staley drifting around the three-point line. We have yet to see that elusive three-point attempt.
We're trying to manifest, as they say, right? Speak it into existence.
Just like my chicken parm dinner. Try to believe it into existence. David Benitez. Here's Michael Scott. Patrick McDonald under the basket. Rebound McDonald. Rebound again McDonald. And up and in. Four points in the second half for Pat McDonald.
And everything is going their way right now. Surprising to see this from Socom for sure, after what they've been able to do in these last few games, but Marine Corps just on a different level.
There's a foul underneath. That's going to go on Michael Scott. That'll be his second. Dustin Burrell at the line for Socom. Here's Burrell's second attempt. Big smile on his face. Off the rim. Still in bounds. Picked up by the Marine Corps. This is Adam Fouts. And that ball scuttles away. 35-6 Marine Corps lead with 15 minutes left here in the second half. Patrick McDonald maneuvers his way through the key. Pass to the right side is pulled away by Palega.
We're missed
Zach
there.
Palega. Here's Palega in the paint. And a nice bucket for Zach Palega. He's got 6. Talked earlier about Zach Palega's prowess here at the games. Seven gold medals in competition. Here's Fouts. Drifts into the free throw area and shot falls short. And that's pulled in by John Thompson. Michael Scott up to McDonald. Gonna pull it back out, and he's wide open in the lane, and McDonald can't get it to fall, and Burrell pulls in the rebound. Burrell takes it the length of the floor. Cross court, tries to get Fouts, and he can't catch up to it. Inside 13 minutes to go. Got some substitutions coming in for the Marine Corps. Looks like Rosendo Gutierrez, as well as Danielle Pothoof. Shot by Thompson is rebounded by Pothoof. Thompson inside the three-point line to Potoff into the lane to Patrick McDonald. McDonald tries to go up and off the glass, and it's no good. Rebounded by Polega. Polega outside the three-point line. He's not going to give us what we want. We're just looking for that three-point attempt. Maybe. Here's Polega. Bounces it inside. Justin Radbill. Good work by Radbill. Himself an accomplished cycler, silver medal in cycling, and a bronze with wheelchair rugby. There's McDonald. Ball is smacked away by Adam Fouts. Since it was tipped, not a backcourt violation, but shot clock violation nevertheless. And with just over 11 minutes left in the second half, we have a timeout on the floor. 25-point lead for the Marine Corps. Well in hand, I should say well on their way to improving to 5-0 in these games. Every game a double-digit victory.
It is so impressive. I mean, again, they came in as the 4th seed. Air Force, obviously, the returning champs, is the 1 seed. I'm not sure a lot of people saw what was going to happen with the Marine Corps happen, but they have silenced everyone, and they have proven that they can put up points. That is extremely impressive to me, just what they're able to do offensively. And then in this game, just the fact that they're holding Socom to 10 at this current moment, when they've been on a bit of a tear as well.
Yeah, Socom, as we know, started off 0-2 and they roared back with 3 consecutive victories. This game obviously is doesn't look like it's going to go their way, but they'll have a great opportunity to pick up a bronze medal, especially after, looks like they'll have a rematch with Army, and they handled Army pretty easily in their last pool play competition, beat them by 8. So hopefully Socom comes out with the same type of adrenaline and motivation to pick up the medal, as I'm sure they will. Army's not going to be an easy out, though. Army's the defending bronze medalists. They're not going to relinquish that easy.
And you can't take Socom lightly either. The fact that they were able to rally back from that 0-2 deficit, win 3 consecutive, and get them in this position to make it to a medal game, really good for them.
Looking ahead to the possible gold medal matchup between Air Force and Marine Corps. Air Force fell to the Marine Corps by 12, but that was the smallest deficit, or I should say the smallest margin of victory for the Marine Corps. So Air Force has got something to build up. And to be fair, I'm not so sure Air Force believes that they gave the Marine Corps their best effort in the game earlier today. So I know they came out and they thumped Navy pretty easily. So for them, we talking to a couple of the players after their game, Nebraska, he telling you, you can't ever count us out. And so I think when we head into that game tomorrow, you might see an Air Force team come out with an intensity that maybe they haven't even displayed yet.
Well, and what did they do after that loss to the Marine Corps? They beat Navy, and then they beat Army. So they were certainly able to turn it on after that loss earlier today, which was a point-a-palooza, if you will. So someone tomorrow, if this game holds and it trends in that gold medal game, as we've been talking about, someone's got to play defense.
Exactly right. Pressure in the backcourt by Radbill. That's a 10-second violation. Socom fighting hard. Marine Corps just super talented. And Knox throws it in. Dustin Burrell. Inside to Zach Polega. Off the rim, gets his own rebound. Oh! Polega stretched a little too far, fell over backwards into the lane.
I know Coach Connie was talking earlier about the fact, okay, you fall once, you kind of get it out of your system. It terrifies me, though, sitting in this chair watching them go down.
Yeah, just to anticipate a concussion of some. See, great effort by Pelega. Inside to Burrell, and Burrell puts it off the glass. 2 points for Dustin Burrell. 35-14 Marine Corps. 9 minutes to play here in the second half. Here's Pothoof. McDonald. Shot up by John Thompson is rebounded by Zach Pelega out in front. That's Burrell, and he's cut off by Thompson. Shot off the glass is rebounded by Pothoof.
We haven't seen Tony Smith in a minute.
And Knox with the loose ball, gathered it up, but that's picked off by Danielle Pothoof. Over to Patrick McDonald. McDonald boxed in there by Ann Knox. He's going to stop and shoot, and he can't get it to fall. And that goes out of bounds, but it'll stay with the Marine Corps. .35-14 lead for Marine Corps. Looking to get back to, I should say, looking to get to the gold medal game as the number 4 seed in this tournament. This is Burrell. And Ann Knox falls over forward. Collided with Rosendo Gutierrez. And Gutierrez will come back to the bench, and Donald Burns checks back in. Knox looks like she's good. Two-time gold medalist in the field events, discus and shot. Bronze medalist for wheelchair rugby.
Your ball right here, White. Thank you, Coach. Ball game, 18 seconds, 18. Thank you.
15 to shoot. Here's Burrell in the free throw lane. Takes a shot off the mark and rebounded by Donald Burns. This is Will Pizarka. Up ahead to McDonald. Pat McDonald. Content to run some clock off. Shot clock is at 10. Spins around at the free throw line. Getting pressured by Burrell. 5 to shoot. Pothoof. Can she get the she gets the shot off? But we've got a shot clock violation as that ball never touched the rim. So it goes over to Socom. Dustin Burrell. Correction, that's Adam Fouts. Inside. Pass to Eric Lewis. Off the glass. McDonald. Thompson moving over to the left side, trying to draw some defenders over. Fouts in the way of McDonald. Here's Pothoof with a shot. Rebounded by Eric Lewis. Lewis taking him to the top of the key. Before an opener. 5 seconds to shoot. Page inside. Tried to feed Justin Radbill, and Radbill wasn't looking. Kind of had his head down there. No fault of his own. Just didn't expect the pass.
Kind of indicative of how this game has gone for Socom, just in terms of a lack of communication. They're just not really on the same page and haven't been in this final game here.
There's Potok to the right side to McDonald. Shot goes up and over. Pizarka, count it. Six on the game for Patrick McDonald. Lewis with the rebound, the offensive rebound. Ragville tried to put it back in, and Burns picks it up. There's McDonald. You know, it is interesting too, Haley. Haley, you did say that Tony Smith has not been in the game for quite some time. I don't know if that's a strategic decision, maybe saving him for tomorrow's bronze medal game. He's also competing in archery tomorrow, so there's that as well.
Yeah, it's a big day for him.
Inside pass to Fouts. Radbill underneath, and he loses control. Not happy with the calls. It goes back over to the Marine Corps. Frustration for Justin Radbill. Inside 3 minutes to play. It's been all Marine Corps since the opening tip. There's Thompson. Nice block by Radbill. And it's recovered by Eric Lewis. Inside pass to Radbill, and he's wrestling underneath with Pizarka, and he slams the ball in frustration. Justin Radbill not happy. Physical game, wheelchair basketball. And obviously a foul is called on William Pizarka, number 24. Tried to bottle up Radbill in the lane effectively. Here's Page to inbound. To Fouts. Inside the lane to Burrell. And he gets the roll. (37-16). So 16 seconds to shoot here for Marine Corps. 1:36 to go. 21-point lead. Some friendly bantering going back and forth between Sergeant John Thompson of the Marine Corps, bantering with the head coach of Socom. He goes, "I can justify it. I am Socom." Guys all having a great time. It's great to see. Patrick McDonald takes the inbound, the three-point shot, and it doesn't go.
We were so close.
Here's McDonald again. So happy that we had one attempt. Here's McDonald. And that shot falls away. Let's take a look at the inbound pass. Here's McDonald. Oh, it was a beautiful attempt.
Hey, and you know what? When you're up as much as they are, you got a little over 90 seconds left at that point. Why not? Take it. Try it out.
You could afford the risk. Here's Potoff in the backcourt. Back to Burns. Under a minute to go. Donald Burns giving out direction, tells Potoff to go to the right side and see what he does inside. Pass to Patrick McDonald. Loose ball recovered by Eric Lewis. Roger Hopkins. Hopkins with a couple of bounces. Over to Fouts. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Lewis's shot falls away and it's recovered by Burns. 10 seconds to go. Can you believe it? Marine Corps, the number 4 seed going into the tournament, rolls through the competition with 5 consecutive double-digit victories. They earned the right to compete for gold medal. By Socom to put themselves in a position to compete for the bronze. Take a look at the highlights from this game. Right out of the gate, it was all Marine Corps. Donald Burns getting it done on both ends of the floor. Michael Scott adding his touch as well. Zach Palega with a great effort at Socom. Try to give him some offensive production. But too much Donald Burns. Really just scoring all around. Pierre Sturgis with 10. Michael Scott 9 for Burns, 6 for McDonald. Marine Corps just way too many weapons for Socom tonight.
Way too many weapons. Everything was just clicking for them in this game today. Pretty much this entire tournament for them as it's been. But now we know what will happen tomorrow. We're bound to games.
So our medal games are all ready to go. We will start out with the bronze medal game coming up at 4 p.m. Pacific time. And that'll be Army versus Socom. Battle of 2 programs. Really had a great tournament. Hotly contested. Both looked like they could have been gold medal contenders. But our gold medal game is going to be undefeated Marine Corps and number 2 Air Force. Should say second-seeded Air Force. Air Force, the defending gold medals. They're going to give Marine Corps all they can handle. But right now, I'm not so sure there's a team prepared that can beat the Marine Corps with everything that they've got going for them. So it'll be an exciting matchup tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Medal starting at 4 p.m. Again, that's Socom. Gold medal will tip off at 6:30, featuring the Marine Corps and Air Force. So on behalf of all of us here at Naval Air Station Island in San Diego, for my partner Haley Elwood, this is John Magrino saying so long. Thank you for joining us, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow night. We'll save a seat for you.